Hello, everybody. We are back. We are back. More idle chatter. I'm on the new account, the Pick3 playthrough account. Day 5 of that. Yesterday when we ended, was doing the Forbidden City. And I went ahead and just, we weren't going to finish on stream, so I went ahead and turned it into a favor run. We went from like E15 to E22, which is what I expected. Because we popped all that loot. I knew from that power we'd be able to push, and that power got us E22. So I had estimated that correctly. I knew I was going to need a lot of power. So somebody was asking, why didn't you just farm the first one over and over again? It's because we needed all that gear and all that item levels to be able to break that point in a reasonable amount of time. Can't just rely on, grinding favor over and over again. You got to improve your power. So we did that. Unfortunately, the time gate piece dropped yesterday while I was at dinner. So we got 5 days to wait for Mert, but that's fine. Getting Mert on day like 4 or 5 would have been ridiculous, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm fine. We have the champions for it. We have the item levels for it. We just need a time gate piece. I'm fine. I'm fine focusing on other stuff. So today we're gonna start with captures. This still has us in the complete area 200 range. That's gonna start going up soon. We should see a jump to 250 soon. So let's hop in. Oh, what does it want me to do today? It wants me to do variants. No, it wants me to go to Waterdeep. Pff, hell no. It wants me to go back to Grand Tour and do a variant. No, this is ridiculous. Find 15 pieces of epic gear. I mean, that's going to happen on its own. It's not like I can chase that, but I mean, this is kind of directing. I guess it's trying to tell you, hey, buy gold chests and open them, but it's not really doing a good job of that. Complete 10 variants. No. Piece of equipment each slot for 20. I mean, that's going to happen on its own. Complete 10 variants in Grand Tour. No, I'm not going back there. Collect 50 feats. I mean, what? Where did I get 2 from? Honestly, there's the question. Where did I get 2 feats from? I haven't bought any. Oh, or did no. Yeah, I don't think any came in packs. That's weird. Guide quest complete 4 adventures in Waterdeep. Hell no. Unlock Praetor Mert. Give me a time gate piece. Like, come on. Okay. The only thing useful about this page is that I can click and claim my daily rewards. Oh, okay. Let's load in a formation here. What do we got? We got all of this. There's our formation. Okay. Oh, I know what's missing. I'm like, every day I'm like, why is it so quiet? There we go. Oh, I did open gold chests. They came from there. They came from that. Thank you. We opened gold chests yesterday. I must have gotten feats and not noticed. That seems odd, but we'll check. No, I don't think we've opened enough to get gold, to get feats. I'm really confused. And I'm going to sneeze now. Folks, the wind is never ending around here. Kept me up half the night. And now the pressure changes from it starting and stopping, and I said it's never ending, but it's like it starts and it stops and it starts and it stops, and it's just my head would like a break. My head would like a break. Hello, Lazier, Baron Smitty, Laylokin, Kekaruk, Bayushikir, Sergeant, Kartoffelnund. Hello, hello, hello. We will be doing some event stuff today. If there's no reason not. I mean, we got our blues. I think we can attempt some things, get a good idea of what our power is. Yeah. We'll take a look at that here in a second. We're gonna spend some of this favor we earned. But first things first. 3 potions of speed. Mahaha. And then let's brew some small ones. Pop those as well. All right. I mean, here's what we'll do. Feats. What do I have? What is the 72 feats unlocked? But unowned. Gems, none. Chests, none. Patrons, none. Season, none. Event, none. Other, none. So I don't understand why it's showing 2. Like, I think all we have are default feats. I feel like all we have are default feats. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We got some of your Oklahoma red soil in the last storm due to the wind. I imagine. Yeah, it's blowing all over the place. So Java, is there somewhere that shows a summary of all global buffs currently active? No. Well, the game desperate leads the menu that does it. Oh, we've been asking for that for years. Yeah. So they have talked about doing a rework to what they call it, like to this page, this what I call a champion UI. I don't know what they call it. They might call it that. They might call it something else. But anyway, they've talked about reworking this with all of these, and changing all of this stuff. And that might then be included in it. I always said we have outgoing effects here, and then you scroll down, and then there's incoming effects. And then I wanted to scroll down further, and at the bottom have it be global effects, right? Like, so it shows all the, all champions damage stuff and things. I thought that would be an easy solution, but their solution is to just rework the whole thing, which means we've got to wait until they character sheet. We got to wait until they do that, right? Oh, is the bot again? Again, the bot gets delayed on the code. The stream has the right code. The bot gets delayed. You know why? There we go. Now the code in the bot. We put the code in the bot, and it's correct. See? There we go. Correct code in the bot. Crankin', I'm gonna do the post the new player question on Reddit. Oh, hey, guys, been crazy. Good. Glad to hear it. That's what they're for. Hopefully, the new player guide is kind of the best. Like I would say the most used and the most the one that I've gotten the most feedback on, positive feedback on. Hopefully that works out well. But I have over 180 guides for the game, so yeah. All right, let me go to. None of this really matters because, like, These aren't even super helpful. Oh, this one isn't bad. Oh, why did we not have gold fine? That seems wrong. Seems like it kicked one out and it kicked the wrong one out. Go with that. That. She only has 2? Hell, it got reworked and only got 2 green feeds? Huh. Huh. That seems like an oversight. That seems like an oversight. New player guide, formation guide have been immensely helpful. Good. Yeah, Formations 101 is kind of like the, like where everybody just kind of should start. I mean, Terminology 101, just so you understand what we're talking about, but that isn't, that's more something that you kind of just got to keep close by as you hear terms. But Formations 101 is like the foundational knowledge of the game, because all you're doing in the entire game is building formations over and over and over and over again. So, yeah. And then the new player guide is just meant to give people direction, because the game doesn't give you any. And like, the piecemeal hand out information when it seems relevant, instead of flooding people with too much info, like all at the beginning. Okay, what do we got? I got 1,800 gems. Nice. So now we're no longer buying silver chests. Yesterday we were buying silver chests. Today we've graduated to gold. Yay! Graduation party. All right. I'm going to hold on to silvers to get enough for Mert, even though it's going to be 5 days. So here we go. Let's see. We're looking. There's a blue. So we can. This is nice. So every time we pull one of these, we can count down the counter for green cards left, because as long as it shows a blue, we're getting rid of a green card. Now, if it goes a purple, we'll have to double check. There's a feat for Bruner that doesn't matter. Figures. That's the proper display of luck in a chest feed. There's an epic and a blue, so we still should be at 11. Let's go see this on Honor Ultimate. That kind of sucks, but that's okay. Okay, we got Electrums 2. We can pop these. These are probably mostly just going to be dupe greens. But we want the gems out of these. Nothing else. The Gale chip, we're not opening that. Okay. Yeah, those are all sitting there. Okay, so let's take a look at here. We're going to come over here. I'm going to filter by owned, and then origin, evergreen. I'm going to come down here to, yeah, the rare. Any, oh no, uncommon. There we go. So the green, so all champions that have at least one piece of green gear. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, yeah, my math's right. Nice. Nice. Okay, so that's what we're working on today. That's our next step. First, it was getting rid of all the white cards. Now we're trying to get rid of all these green cards. Oh, that sounds horrible. We're trying to naturalize these citizens. That's yes. We want everybody blue or better. In the core group. In the core group. Then we can be a little freer, I guess, with how we spend our gems. That's the way we're approaching this. Oh, that's right. We picked up Jeremy yesterday. We spent some gems on Jeremy. I forgot. Let me add him to the profile. Dr. Rob's a new player. Welcome. I'm trying to get a grasp on proper use of time gate pieces. Better use them in whatever the current event is, or hold them to open a time gate. Currently, it is better to use them either in an event to flex a slot, right? To pick up an extra champion to help you progress towards split the party. Or alternately, if you have enough champions and equipment levels here for Mert, and you have your silver pass, 3 of them unlocking Mert, this is actually priority 1. And then priority 2 is over here. So when you're newer, because they're hard to come by, that's kind of the pecking order. I will actually be, if you're close to unlocking Mert, I would say keep your 3 for Mert. Depends on how close you are. But if you're a ways away, like I'm about 5 days away from getting that 3rd one, but I've already unlocked the qualifications for Mert. So I'm just going to be patient and we'll see what happens. Dr. Hobbs, Jojic, thank you for the follows. Much appreciated it. But yeah, so just keep in mind, like the important things early on for spending time to get pieces on are unlocking Mert, because it's just a one-time fee. And then he's your friend forever. As friendship should be. No, that's not. No. And then unlocking a new champion. Craig, thank you for the follow. Move so fast. Blessed Rasnisi. Get out of here. Get out of here, buddy. I'm dropping a temple on your head. Dropping a temple on your head. But yeah, working towards split the party, so getting 2 in each slot. So that's why, you know, I need a 5, a 6, an 11, and a 12. So I am aiming to get Azaka here in Tomb of Annihilation will give me a 12. Dragonbait at the end of Tomb will give me 11. And then 5 and 6 I can get in the next event. And the next event is 14 days from today, basically. So, you know, I'm going to have to wait a little bit. Potentially, not necessarily. We'll see. Like, oh no. There will be a natural time gate weekend next Friday. Not this Friday. And maybe I'll get maybe I'll get a 5 or 6 there, and then maybe I'll spend some of this platinum from my daily rewards on on the champion that I need in the other slot. I don't know. And do it early. Who knows? Who knows? Love Tall, thank you for the follow. Still cannot really wrap my head around the DPS numbers. So sometimes my DPS goes down when I move a champion to a... So if you're looking at these numbers on their feet, please, it's sort of, it's not right. It's closer. If you're looking at this stuff up here, don't at all. This whole page and like, say I have average DPS here because at least it's not as bad. But if you're showing base DPS, here's the thing. Come over here, the settings, interface, change the DPS display to average, and then this thing will stop going green and red when you move people around. So it'll stop making you think that you're doing something right or wrong when the whole time that these numbers are lying. These numbers, base DPS numbers, are lying to you. They are a lie. Base DPS is a lie. The static version of your damage, but this game exists based off dynamic fluctuations. Like everything about it is stacking stuff, debuffs, all kinds of other modifiers, and it doesn't take that into account at all. This one does. It basically takes all of your recent attacks and like averages them. The problem here is you could have a really high attack for a reason that you don't understand. Maybe because there's certain like debuffs that could trigger and shoot somebody real high, and then you think, oh, they're my DPS, and they're not. Like, so it's like I wish there was an option to just put Bud up here, but Bud is down here. This is your Bud. This is the window next to the lightning bolt. This is the one that matters. This is all that matters. So this is literally Ishii is our DPS. That's this character right here. And she's showing up here saying, hi, I'm the damage dealer, basically. And it is her highest number. It is her highest attack. And then divided by her current attack speed. or the attack speed when she did that attack. It's literally giving you your damage per second number. That's what bud is. And then it will decay. It will slowly get lower and lower over time until you do it again. So as long as you're doing that number consistently, it stays where it is. But if you spike for some reason with debuffs, stacks, all kinds of other things, then it could shoot up higher for a while. Right? But this is what determines how well you built a formation. And it's not really something that you can tell at the beginning of a run. You have to kind of determine the strength of a formation towards the end of the run. Like, this is not my strongest layout for this formation. This is just like Eliwick is not buffing anyone here. But I don't, right now she's existing in the formation to produce gems, extra gems. That's the green card here for me. In fact, let's make her produce some more. Let's see if we can get more than one gem card up for her. So if I were trying to push deep, I would adjust this formation. But this is good enough for me to run through the content that we're doing right now to the goals that we're doing, right? But you kind of have to play around with your formation when you're at a wall, like when you're at the place where they're killing you before you can kill them. Drop back to a safe spot, start making adjustments, and find something that raises this number bigger than their health, which at the bottom left, area base monster health, it says 1.36 E24 on this stage. And it just went up because it goes up every stage. You're trying to get your damage up above that number consistently to move forward. Is part of it. Sometimes you'll die even though your damage is high, and it's because your party's getting wrecked before you can do all the damage. What is a speed champion? There are so every champions have roles up here. And this defines their functionality for the most part. So Sheila is a support champion and a debuffer. So that means she's supporting the group by providing some kind of utility like buffs or literally buffs under support now. They should just call it buff. Supports and then debuffs, so she also debuffs the enemies. Ishi is a DPS, so she's doing your damage per second. She's doing your damage, and she's a gold find champion, right? Whereas Nayeli is tanking and support, so she's meant to be up front, taking the blows while also buffing the people in the party. You can have healing and support, so Celeste has buffs as well as heals. And you can have support, speed, control here on Diana, so she's got buffs. She also has an ability that makes your progress go faster. Has nothing to do with damage. Like, so a lot of people think, well, the faster you kill them, the faster you go. But speed effects have nothing to do, and I'll point out her speed effect here a second. And then control is generally kind of controlling enemies, either controlling their damage or controlling their movement. So like anything that like lowers their damage or stuns, knockbacks, stuff like that, right? Fleas, things that make them run away. That kind of stuff goes under control. So under speed, though, her ability here is will be right back. She increases the speed of area transitions. So the area transition, by an amount that can go up. Area transition is when I complete an area and then it does that. Like from the point where I reach this goal, we're going to see everything speed up. See, everything's sped up until they were loaded in and in place to go again. That whole section of time is the area transition. She makes that go faster. And that in turn speeds up your progress through the game. There are a whole bunch of champions that have different types of speed effects. Some have similar speed effects, some have completely different speed effects. You can stack them together to go faster. There is also a champion that functions like a speed potion. Her name is Shandy. She stacks with speed potions, so then you need fewer speed potions to go fast. You're getting on. I'm not spending more money on the game. I dropped the money that I'm spending on this account already. That was this is a basically a $30 playthrough. I did the Pick3 pack, and I did a daily reward. If I spend any more money, it's going to be extending my daily reward, but I don't even know that I'll do that. I think I just want to stick it at $30. You can't see monster damage. You can see monster health. So that's monster health. You can't see what kind of damage they're doing until they hit you. This code is Puck your cuff. No, Puck Yod's cuff. Not yours. Yod's. I don't know who Yod is, but fuck their cuff. Is it not possible to get the Eliwick gem fee? Currently, it is not possible. It will be. So here's how you know. That one showed up as part of the Thayan Enclave. It was one of these types of feats. It was in the last rotation. So the next emergence event is in 35 days. And then it will last for 9 days. So in 45 days, Eliwick's feat should be available for 50,000 gems. Because basically a feat that shows up here, for as long as it's here, it's only available here. And then after it goes away, there's 3 months, like basically until the end of the next emergence event. You can't get it any other way. They're trying to, encourage you to get it at, during the emergence event, but for people who didn't make it in time for that, you got to wait until it comes out of exclusivity. God, this is a really in-depth game. It's deeper than people think. It's deeper than people think, and it's kind of like as deep as you kind of want it to be. I don't know. You can be very shallow with it, but your progress will be slow, and yeah. So I'm trying to play it in kind of a hyper efficient way, especially with this playthrough because I spent some cash. Normally I do free to play playthroughs on a new account, but this one was about showing off the kind of the power of what I think are the best 3 starting champions, which is Diana, Eliwick, and Ishii, and getting them in a Pick3 pack. And yeah, we've definitely done. We've definitely shown that power off. Speaking of, I forgot to go buy blessings. All right. We can just, even though we don't have a male DPS that we're using. Oh, come on. Let's go all the way. Let's go all the way. So this is gonna have so much damage. So I can afford all of these, so I'm not even reviewing them because I don't care. The whole point of one of the reasons, one of the main things we're coming here for right away was to get this. And I wish I'd had it at the end of the stream last night, but well. Okay, can't spend it all. Can't spend it all. Okay. That's fine. So there's still room to get more interesting. Okay. There's still room that we still need more favor here to get all the blessings, but honestly, this was the big one we needed. I don't know that we necessarily need this right away, but at some point, one more deep favor run here wouldn't be unwelcome. But it's not going to come anytime soon. Has the $30 felt worth it? Yes. Oh God. I mean, so this is, I call it day 5, but I want to be very clear. We played for like 3 hours on day 1, 5 hours on day 2. So there's 8. Excuse me, we played 4 hours on day 3. So there's 12. 5 hours yesterday. 17. Well, let's say 20 with the deep push that went off stream. So we're 20 hours of gameplay in, and I have the tier 2 global that I needed out of Sword Coast along with Dritz. I have the tier 5 global in Tomb of Annihilation. I've qualified for Mert. And I'm just missing really the time gate piece because we could buy the silver chests. I've picked up the 3 champions here. I think we can get at least tier 2 done for all of them. I really do. Yeah, it's a lot of power. It was a lot of power. So, do I think it was worth it? Like, if you're gonna just kind of rock and roll through the start of the game, yeah. Yeah, the gems from Eliwick have really smoothed out. I mean, I still feel a bit gem starved, but it's smoothed out the experience a bit. She's now average item level 100. So I've got to. I don't think I'm going to put more into her at the moment, but so we're getting what, like, getting a good percentage. Each card, you can max it out. Each card can be worth 100% gold. So, the idea here is to try to get this to be 300% gold with 3 cards, but we're not generating blacksmithing contracts that quickly. So I think I want to put contracts now into Diana. Ishi's already at 50. She's fine. So bumping Diana up would give us more speed. Let's do that. We're trying to target this. We want to hit this one. And we got 1 level in it. Woo! But I mean, you just got to take what you can get. We don't have a ton of blacksmithing contracts. So there's another level. All right. So yeah, I mean, progress-wise, I don't think anything's going to slow us down for a while. Yeah. So it just kind of smooths out the start of the game. The big thing I've been wondering is, when should I spin favor? When you can afford to. So like over here, you always make sure that your warning is enabled up here. This checkbox should always be there. And then spin. So if you hit the button and this box pops up, say nope. That's your warning. That's the warning. This means you'd be spending too much and you'd be damaging the favor the gold that you could earn on a run. But if you can spend it, if you can hit the button like that, if you can hit the button and it doesn't pop up a warning, then you can totally spend it. I think I didn't here because we weren't putting champions in that column, but that's fine. But like just here, I went through and I spent everything that I could. Because as long as you're not spending this, it's not really affecting this overall total. You see, I spent E20. Well, E20 is like, this is E22, this is E21, this is E20. So it's off this value. I would have been at like, what, 1.94 instead? Not a significant difference. So it's worth spending to get that permanent progress. Yeah, this is a game of very, very large numbers. Yeah, so you got to remember, if you're at like, 2 orders of magnitude off, and it's, who cares? It's kind of like, who cares? Anything more than that, and it's inconsequential. Yeah, the blessings, yeah. So the way the blessings work is the ones on the left are local just for this campaign. That's why it says Tomb of Annihilation. But over here, it says applies to all campaigns. So these go everywhere. That's what makes them strong. Even though the numbers are smaller, right? 400% versus 2,000%. You take it everywhere with you. Tips on collecting mining potion reagents. So I'm running with Sheila because she's a reagent scavenger. So she's gotten me 270 so far. She's going to cap at 3,100, so she's kicking me a good number of them. I haven't run out yet. Oh, I've broken up a couple things, but smaller things. Other than that, the only other way to get them is to break down potions you don't want. So, figure out what's important to you, figure out what you're not using a lot of. Like here, I've got 21 medium health potions. I know, with what I know about the game, this is gonna be like a first target for breaking down. Like one of them is gonna get me 6. But that's going to be kind of a first target for breaking them down, right? And you can see how much they're worth over here. Yeah. Just don't break down. Look, if you're in game and have spent a bunch of money on the game and you have a lot of potions of polish that you want to break down, that's your choice. But if you're not, that's just because it's on the list and gives you a lot doesn't mean you should do it. Make informed decisions. But yeah, Sheila can be in a background party. You can park your scavengers in a background party and just let them scavenge, and they will feed you all of the stuff that they pull. It's pretty great. You get Allywick with your next time gate. I mean, she's a good choice. Pick up. Yeah. Knocked out the first normal map, so on your guide it says the variant should be easy at that point. Done 3 resets in free mode, getting around 1,500 favor each time, and they're still. Yeah, you're not getting enough favor. You're not pushing deep enough. So, yeah. So I think if my guide was saying you should have enough favor, I think it's because I was trying to encourage you to push deep and earn favor. 1,500 is, if you're getting 1,500 each time, you're not going far enough. 1,500 the first time maybe, and then the second time it should have been a lot more. Third time it should have been a lot more. Yeah. And for reference, like 1,500 is EO3 favor. We use scientific notation, right? So like I have E15 favor in Sword Coast. That's what Torm is. And that was after just a couple 3 or 4 deep runs. I don't remember. Now, granted, I have more power. I had a good chunk of power, but yeah, it should be going up more than 1,500 each time. How do you go about equipping the champions you got with the starter pack? Did you open the platinum chest right away? I did not. Well, so here's the thing. I think I did. I think we tested it and then I went for it because the starter pack, like that 3x pack, gives you each of those scrolls gives you green gear as well, right here. For that champion, you'll collect full uncommon gear. So that's greens. And once you have greens, then you can open golds or plats. So I did, and that's what got us the gear that we have here on each of them. So I did that right away. After that, I did a more controlled opening of chests to try to, slowly gear up my champions the proper way. I held on to a lot of golds. I only opened silvers. I didn't even open electrums until yesterday. So until I had green on all my core and evergreens, then I dumped all the golds that I had and all the electrum. And then after they were all blue, after I'd used all the golds, then I dumped all the electrums to get my event champions up to greens. So yeah, but no, I because with those starter packs, they start off with green, like those scrolls. They start off with green. You can just go straight into the platinums, and you do get the duplicate item levels. I know there are people who will tell you you don't, but I got them all. That's how Ishi's at 50. That's how she was, at 50 something, and she was up there, and then I dumped a bunch of blacksmithing contracts in there. JC Jabetta, thank you for the follow. Breaking out potions of Paulus is wild. The idea hurts. It hurts me. But again, there are people who have her sitting on 100 of them because they're every champion is fully gilded. So, for them, it doesn't matter. They can break those down and get their legendary vessels. I love doing that pronunciation. The legendary vessels, if they want, absolutely. But for the common folks like myself, no. That's a big no for me, dog. Last unlock for Fleet's Wake, one able to split the party for me. Nice. Sweet, so you get split the party 2. That's, oh yeah. I mean, that's ultimately the goal, right? Split the party 2 is what you're really racing towards with your choices, with your champion choices. After that, you can chill a bit. You know what I haven't done? I did not. I wonder if I can do this right now. No, I cannot. Okay. I was like, I didn't when I got super high, I didn't level them up enough to get everybody their 3rd slot. I screwed that up yesterday. That's okay. Next deep run, we will get kind of the unused champions. They're 3rd feat slots. Hey, Moses. Okay, I'm gonna buy another chest. Anything else I can do? No, not anymore. I gotta get 500 gems a pop now to get a chest. But the nice thing is we're guaranteed progress, basically. There we go. There's another one. So that takes us to 10 green cards left. So Burner's in the off by 1 club. Jarlax is in the off by 1 club. Dritz is in the off by 1 club, and Archon. So 4 out of 7 in the off by 1 club. Not bad. Not bad. So we're, yeah, am I giving away? I wish, fellas. No, we're naturalizing these citizens. Abkebab, thank you for the follow. You know, we're trying to get everybody to blue or better gear. So this is all we got left out of the core and evergreen. So what comes out of a regular gold chest. So for now, until I get all of these in blue, until all of these disappear from this custom search, we're spending, you know, 500 gems a pop on gold chests. You know, the good news is, you know, there's only 10 cards left, so 10 chests makes sense. 5,000 gems. If we're gonna get an epic in one of those, and it's gonna probably screw it up because it'll end up. If it doesn't go over a green slot, then we'll be behind. But hey, epic! I'm not gonna say no to an epic because the next goal will then be to get, like, how many blue cards are left trying to get full epic, right? Incubus Raw, thank you for the follow. Right now, we're just working our way, making our way downtown through Tomb of Annihilation campaign. I kind of want to get to the point where we can see, or we can see Azaka's first variant, just so we know. So just so we know, like, hey, we know where this starts. We know how many we have left to go. I think after this, after this run, we may hop into Fleet's Wake stuff. I'm trying to decide, do I want to do that? Do I want to do that now, or do I want to wait? Because here's the thing, like, we can wait a bit, get more power, and thus rock through it faster. Or are we going to attempt it right now? Oh, we may wait. We may wait a bit. We may wait a bit. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem to just go knock out. We could knock out tier 1, but I have a feeling that we can finish. We can at least compete in tier 2, and I'd like to give us the best shot possible at that. Oh, I just remembered what I need to do is I need to spend my fish and pop these bounties. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Let's use our fish first, and then we'll pop bounties a little more sparingly. Okay. Basically what we want to do... Ooh. So you know I'm second guessing myself. Okay, we have Sheila's and greens. Bolas and greens. Well, greens and a blue. Greens and a blue. Solix and greens and a blue. I don't want to spend any fish yet. Yeah. I want to do their variants and get their chests and open and see where we end up before I spend tokens. We're going to have to spend what we have, but I definitely don't want to pop any bounties yet. Because I'm not super... I know what's coming in the next event. And I'm not super excited about everybody in this event. We'll be using Sheila a bit. She's our best option right now in that seat. We just want to make sure she gets to blue or better gear and gets a decent item levels. We're going to be using Diana for now over here. I'm probably never going to use Solak. He was literally just for split the party. So I'm going to play that a little smart. Stuck trying to get tier 3 in the event. The changes in buffs means I can't get as far as I did before. Selling out between 800. I don't know what you mean changes in buffs. How frustrating the brokens of patron perks and blessings is all just worse than the random buffs. Oh, you had buffs from like event champions that fell away. Those aren't random. Those are every event. That's what it's sounding like. Every event when you unlock champions and you complete their content, there's timed buffs. They last for 60 days from the start of the event. So you lost a stack of buffs on champions you use. Yeah, I mean that was a huge chunk of power. But the idea, but you used it. You hopefully went out and used it correctly. And the idea is to go out, utilize that power to build up lots of other power. It would have been worse if you hadn't. I mean, the whole point is getting the permanent progress, using that temporary power to get you permanent progress on perks and blessings. But you need a lot of other things for tier 3. Tier 3 is what I call mid-game power. That isn't just perks and blessings. You need Modron cores leveled up. You need legendary effects being placed on your strong champions and being leveled up. Leveling them up is what actually delivers the power, not just making them legendary in the first place. So there's a lot more things to complete tier 3 that you have to keep in mind. I don't know what you're asking, J-Dog. There's no context to that question. The celery good! Exclamation point at the start of that. And you'll get what you're looking for. I said I know what is coming. Yeah, I know what's coming in the next event. I know who's arriving in Fleetswig. I know that Briv is returning. I know that Alinda is returning. That's my 5 and 6. I wasn't spilling any beans on anybody. I mean, do I also know what's coming as the new feature champion? Absolutely. But that wasn't a reference to those. That was a reference to that we've already discussed that Briv in 5 and Alinda in 6 are going to be most likely my choices in the next event. Is there a good formation guide out there for a beginner? Yes, mine. There's a lot of information to absorb, and the videos I've looked at seem to cater more to a person who's played for a while. Well, I've got some new player videos out there, so once again, mine. Mine are fine. You just have to find the right ones. What I don't have is something that just tells you, here's exactly how to build your formation. But I have a guide that teaches you how to build a formation. That's that one right there. Because of the way this game works, there's 147 champions. 10 champions can go in each, in most of the formation layouts, almost all of the formation layouts. So there's, like, who knows how many combinations of ways you could put things together, and it's all very subjective to your account. So the best thing someone can do is to teach you how to build a formation. It's that whole I could give you a fish or I could teach you how to fish kind of conundrum. I try to teach people how to fish so they can, and get their own fish. Because I don't exist to give you fish. I gotta get my own fish. Yeah. So yeah, I do have like some starter formation suggestions in my event champion guides. Sometimes in evergreen unlocks, I'll show, hey, here's what I used, but I always try to say just because it worked for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you, because everything is really account subjective. Yes, Briv is coming next event because he's grayed out as a time get unlock. Yeah. So Festival of Fools, we've been here before. That's the next event for April. So the guaranteed returns. Year 1 champion. Oh no, we know a lot of these. Wait. Yes, year 1 champion Strix. Year 2 champion Grandmother Knight, aka Rosie Beestinger. Oh, that's fantastic. Rosie's great. Year 3 champion Briv. Year 4 champion Lindra. Year 5 champion Tatiana. Year 6 champion Miria. Oh, this is a stacked event. Year 7 champion The Dark Urge. I don't want to go beyond that because they might change who the refugees were. But yeah, this is a really solid event. I actually wish I could unlock all of them, basically. It's going to be hard decisions next event. Tibber 4, I think it was a follow. All right, we completed this one. Is there a calendar somewhere with the festival dates? On my guide page, sort of. So on this page, which is the Reddit wiki page that has all my guides on it, if you scroll down to event guides, it has a list of 17, but 5 of them are retired. For the 12 that still exist in the game, it'll tell you what month they show up. That is your schedule because they all start on the first Wednesday of every month now. So it's real straightforward. There's only one a month. All right, Grand Puzzle is next. There we go. Oh, 225. We didn't go to 250. 225. All right. Get this party started. We're going to rock out 3 more speed potions. I need maybe 4 of these now. I'm going to go with 4. Let's see if that gets us where we're going. Gold in here. Some more speed. So I'm leveling these up in a very specific order because I'm trying to get specific bonuses like gold so that I can hit all the little breakpoints. Once they get there, then I can go back to just spam leveling them all. I wanted to make sure I got... Ishii has gold find generation. I wanted to trigger that. Then I wanted to get Aliwick's gold generation up. Then that means all the gold we're earning is multiplied. Then I can easily level up Diana to her speed effect, and then I can level up Aliwick to her card pulling. Right, that's all. Just trying to hit the priorities as early as possible in a run once you have a lot of favor. Druids, I exist for those. Let's go. Hold on, I do have to catch up in chat though. Let me get these upgraded, and then I've got to scroll up. I think I missed some things. But yeah, ask whatever you're gonna ask. Whatever you're gonna ask. Okay, hold on. What did I miss? Fishing minigame? It's never gonna happen. Get a little confused by the wording for the characters, buffs this column, etc. That's your positional, like that's a positional effect. That's kind of your, it's informing you of how the buff is going to go. So when it says buffs in the same column, these are columns up and down. Okay. So same column as wherever they're placed. Column in front, in front of them, column behind, behind. Adjacent means the adjacent slots that are touching them. Use a Shadow Heart's healing with their duplicate. It's all adjacent, isn't it? I don't know. I don't use Shadow Heart a lot. I have to, and I don't have her on this account to pull her up. I can pull up her. I don't remember how she works. Hold on. Let me pull up her guide. This is why I make guides, so that I don't have to memorize all this stuff. Light in the dark, right? 2 columns ahead of her. Yeah. So if this were Shadow Heart would be healing this column with Bruner and Ishii in it, and this column with Nayeli in it. She's doing right now literally what Celeste is doing. Celeste is healing the 2 columns ahead of her. That's these green numbers that are popping up. But Shadowheart does that same thing. 2 columns ahead. So she functions just like Celeste does for the healing aspect. In one of your vids, you say, as a new player, get brave and don't play your blacksmith contracts. And oh, that's old. That's real old. Don't do that. Yeah. I think it's more, you can drop contracts into like, I think get to 50. Average item levels of 50. Like as information changes in the game, we have to adapt and adjust, right? Learn and grow. So, he is a good target. He can be a good target for your item levels, but I think now you want to distribute them a bit more. I would get him to 50 just so that he's just a beefy, strong tank, a solid buffer, solid healer. Not going to be a super speed champion at that point, but it's fine. And then like what I'm doing, like for me, I put 100 item levels into Eliwick because she's generating gems for us, as well as gold find. And she's got buffs, so she's paying off in 3 ways, right? Next up is going to be Diana, getting her to 100, because the initial chest openings got them to 50, so we're ahead of the curve. Get her to 100 because she's got a buff and a speed effect, and the speed effect is affected by item levels. I think I'm not going to do anything to Ishii. She'll feed herself item levels with her ability once we start pushing deeper. Winner take all. That's why we chose her. So she lets us put item levels on other people. Having issues reaching area 1000 for the last variant in the event. Any broad suggestions? What the baseline expectations should be to realistically beat level 1000. I can tell you baseline expectation. Whatever group you're using has to put out a very specific, a minimum amount of damage. And that minimum amount of damage for tier 3 of variant, the 3rd variant, is E269. It's too nice. 269. That is, I have the little table with these values in all of my event champion guides, so that you know what your damage target is. If you can't put out that damage or higher, or if you can't get close to that damage, sometimes if you're within like 10 orders of magnitude, so if you get around E59, then you might be able to get there, because this is the base health, and there's ways to do a little more than what your butt is showing. But that's the target you're shooting for the 3rd variant. If you're not anywhere close to that, you got to figure out why you're not there. Like, what is it holding you back? It could be all kinds of things. It could be that your champions aren't geared well enough. It could be that you don't have enough like power in your Modron core. It could be that your formation's bad. It could be the champions you're using is wrong, right? Like in that formation, you're not utilizing something correct, right? Or maybe you just don't have enough champions to fill out a full formation, or you're filling out a full formation, but it's with subpar champions. Just you're throwing them in as filler, and that's not helpful, right? So tier 3 is solid mid game, and at that point, if you haven't learned how to kind of troubleshoot why you're not hitting certain damage and what's holding you back, then it's a good time to learn, because you're gonna have to do that for the rest of your journey in Idle Champions. You got to learn that at some point. Like for me, I know if I were to run into trouble, I know this formation is not optimal. Like if I needed to change this formation, we would move like this. Something like this, probably. We would do something like this. This would then put out more damage, because Eliwick's buff, ultimately, if I get the right cards, is going to be bigger than Nayeli's. Nayeli just needs to tank, and then she's got a stacking buff when we start getting hit by enemies that'll buff everybody. And this will put out the most. This layout puts out the most damage. That's not what I have saved, though. I have this one saved, because this one works just fine to get us a couple hundred areas. The other one is what took me. Oh, yeah, I don't think I mentioned that. We went. And where's the achievements? Here. Adventures. I went 502 areas, folks. We cleared 500. That quickly. That's the kind of power that this Pick3 is putting out right now. We cleared area 500. Absolutely ridiculous. So if I'm just have to get 225 areas, it doesn't have to be ideal. But figuring out how to get it ideal is part of what you have to learn, right? You complete tier 3 and 4 events without legendaries in the fort. Oh, but who would want to? Who would want to? Yeah, it's just slowing your progress down. I mean, if you're giving up a whole set of power, like a whole gigantic bag of power, can you get it somewhere else? Eventually, sure, you can get it through like item levels. Eventually you'll get it through item levels. But woof, I don't even want to know how long that would take. There are people that do it. There are people that do gearless runs where they don't open any chests, so they have no gear, and that means you don't get legendary power, and they complete lots of content, but it is a struggle bus situation. It's basically like a challenge account. I did that once a long time ago, and realized, yeah, you absolutely can play this game free to play, because a lot of what you're getting in free to play is gear, right? Like, or when you're paying is gear. You're just getting it faster. So if you can play the game and complete the content without gear, that means the game is fully 100% free to play. And after that, I never did a gearless challenge ever again. Maybe our next gold find champ can try to get all the gold out of the lake that Dob dropped there, but then Dob wouldn't give us as big of a buff. Personal mantra: don't memorize things, memorize how to look up things. Yeah. That's in the modern world. I mean, there's some things you have to know all the time, but a lot of times, yeah. You know what I need to know right now is that I only had a bad hand of cards for. Shuffle that. Yeah, as someone who invested the time and effort to do that without trials, I do not recommend it. Exactly. Rob. Had to use the healing trick of add a single level to your tank to heal them to finish a variant last night. Well, I don't talk about that much. But yeah, it is a thing. It's just it only works like once or twice on a run, and then you're out of gold. Hey, Sargoto. Or my tank is dying before I get to my damage wall. That can happen. I see that happen more at higher area goals than lower area goals. But yeah, I mean, it depends on who you're using as a tank. What spec did you put them in? Do you have the right feats in? Like, did you do damage or did you do health? Like, there's, you gotta. That's part of the puzzle to figure out. Is like, okay, I have the damage, now how do I get the survivability? And sometimes you have to sacrifice a little damage to get more survivability, but it pays off, right? That's what Dragon Bait's Unlock teaches you. The fight against Valinda Shadow Mantle, it teaches you balance in all things, right? Survivability and damage at the same time. Some ways to go, then I think my damage is just a bit too low at the moment. Maybe, yeah. But, you know. I mean, the mid-game, like I say, Tier 3 is kind of mid-game power, but that encompasses a big band of progress. So some event variants are going to be better, easier than others. They're not normalized, like they're not balanced in any way, shape, or form, other than that damage value. But like the restrictions aren't balanced. Some restrictions are worse than others. How's Ishi's item levels doing? She's sitting at 50. She only really gets to farm her winner take all when I'm doing a deep push, which we're not doing a lot of just yet. So, but that's fine. She's got more than enough power currently. When she gets closer to her cap, this number caps at 50. So when we get into the 40s, I'm going to have to force it so that she doesn't lose. Because then it'll cap at 50, and then basically we're losing item levels. We don't want to do that. Losing potential item levels, I should say. You never heard of the tank healing? Okay, so if we switch this upgrade over to X1, putting one level in a champion does two things. One, it gives them a level of progress. It was right there, folks. But two is it gives them a tiny little heal. So why would it heal them? It is a I guess a leftover piece of code from the original year of this game, like the beginning of this game, when every time you leveled up a champion, not only did it improve their damage a tiny little bit, it improved their health. They actually got more health. So the more levels you bumped them up, the tankier they became. And it was all champions were like that. And since it was raising your maximum health value, it also gave you a little heal to top you off to that value, right? They changed the way the game works. So now the only people that get health when you level up are tanks. And they get them at specific upgrade levels. It's not just every level. But they never took that little mini heal out. So that is still a holdover. It's still there. I guess, you know, it's some leftovers that have been sitting in the fridge for years. But they're still good. They're not going to go bad. And the only real thing that you use it for is like in a fight, in a difficult variant, you're fighting the boss. It's really just on the boss that it matters. If you've got squishies that are about to die or your tank is about to die, you can just pop a one level at a time, and then you switch over to X1, you pop one level at a time into them slowly just to keep them topped off to try to finish the fight. But the problem is, second you run out of gold, you're dead. You're dead. So, you can only really do that once. A rough estimate on our average item level to max her gem function. Oh, for Eliwick. Did I do this table yet? Hold on. We may not have a table for that yet. I don't think we do. Somebody's probably figured it out. Yeah, I have that on my to-do list, is to come up with a table for a guide for that. So I don't know that off the top of my head, but somebody's probably got that. Oh, no, yeah, this 2 pirate skin packs in the store, they're coming after me. I've known for a long time that this was the pirate month. And that I wouldn't be able to get all the skins, but I'm happy there's pirate skins out. Did I choose the beard or did the beard choose me? I don't know how to answer that question. We're about to have an ad break, folks. So I will stop answering questions from chat during the ad break. So nobody misses anything. Ugh. I'm using Walnut and Ayla. Walnut is dialing. Ayla is fine. That's because Walnut sucks. It's a tank. I'm sorry. Whereas Ayla's a goddess. She's one of the best tanks in the game. So yeah. Find someone other than Walnut to tank. Yeah. That nut is busted. Oh boy. She needs a rework. Maybe one day. Maybe one day she'll get one. She deserves one. Then we're back. Yeah, Walnut needs a rework. It's just there's a lot of champions that need a rework, so it's gonna take time. So featured items pop up with Interact Pirate Lord scan. I mean, oh, hey. Wow. I don't care about any of this. But this is the sparkly one, so this is one I'm gonna. I got 5 free rerolls. No. 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 Ooh, 672. 672 is pretty inexpensive. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Okay, let's go look at the new stuff. There's Pilot Lord and Rack. Yeah, that's neat. If they would fix him so I could use him again, it'd be cool. Decent feat for him. This is actually nice. I like this. On my main account, I may have to pick that up. I like that. This is Saspia. I think that's, yeah. I like that for her. What's the feat? Symbiotic affection, man. Man. How many corrupted gems do I have now? 3750. All right. I'm about halfway to another support pigment. That's not bad. Which output should I be prioritizing on the Mojang core? Yes. I can tell each additional output requires another 2 output T junction, which I'm limited on. Oh, I mean, what do you need? Do you want damage? Do you want gold find? Well, gold find early on is damage. And favor and everything. So if you have to choose between like gold find and damage, you should probably pick gold find. But then it's kind of just like, what do you need? And remember, you can always rebuild it on a run to get what you need. Like almost complete with a variant, go switch it up and add some, and hook up the damage nodes instead. Like, you can save. I can't demonstrate, but you can save different loadouts. But yeah, that's a difficult thing to answer because it's like, what are you looking to achieve? Early on, before you can hit soft cap all the time, gold find is kind of the preferred, for me, preferred node to activate. All champions damages after that. The restricted stat ones, just check to see if they even hit the DPS you're using. If not, you can ignore them. Health is nice if your tank is falling over. Stuff like that. But I think the fast core is the one that should be prioritized first. And obviously, when you get to the speed functionality of that, you want that active, right? But that's at like level 5, 10, and 15. Zanzibar the hippopotamus. Great. Who would you consider is in most need of a rework and why? Oh, good lord. Wow. That's difficult for me to just like pick one champion. Ooh, good lord. Stokey got a rework. What are you people talking about? You know what? I'm gonna do this by bench seat. We're gonna do seat by seat. It's the only way I can do this, otherwise my brain breaks. Seat 1. Cathris needs a rework. Why? He is a really, really old kit. He needs better feats, he needs better functionality. He just has no real scaling. There's no real scaling. So in seat 1, Cathris. Seat 2. Man. I'm going to avoid the toxic champions. So we're going to go Dinar. He's the same era as Cathris. They arrived at similar times, so he's got a similar kind of concept of balance. He needs more feats. He needs more scaling. Same thing. They were both functional solid champions for a long time, but now in this new era of balance, they're lacking. They are subpar. They need to come up where everybody else is. Seat 3. Binwin Bronze Bottom. I'll just put him at the top. Bin it to win it. Binwin was one of the first, if not the first, broken overpowered champion in the game. And they nerfed him through the floor. And he's never recovered. Yeah, his original I really wish they would just give him his original kit back, but then put a cap at the number of like attacks he gets or something. And because yeah, once upon a time he was the shit, right? Yeah, he needs a much better kit. He exists as kind of he kind of was created to become an armor breaker, and it was super cool. He could get lots of extra attacks and yeah, it was a really neat space. Like every attack did more damage. It was kind of a really neat space to be in. is trying to create more attacks for him. I kind of wish they would revisit that. I think it was still too broken, but I wish they would go back and revisit that. He deserves better. He deserves better than he got. Seat 4. We've seen a lot of reworks here. I'm gonna have to go with Paulton. I think the other champions are I think he's in the worst spot in seat 4, balance wise. What happened is Dob came to the game, and Dob is Paulton 2.0. He does everything Paulton does, but better. Lightning Hawk, thank you for the bits. So I think he needs some, uniqueness brought back to his kit, as well as some just serious damage numbers for scaling. Seat 5. Ooh. We've seen reworks here too. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the toxic champs that are never gonna get a rework. Man. I want to say either Viconia or Prudence, but for different reasons. Viconia just doesn't scale the kind of in the current popular way of champions. Has the capability, and look, I mean, right now with absolute adversaries being a big thing, and she can slot into that with a tadpole feat. I think that would be a good idea. Prudence, though, deserves a little better. It is challenging in this game to be a Eldritch Blast DPS. It is very challenging, and she needs some love. So I think they're kind of tied. I think Prudence and Viconia are kind of tied here in 5. 6. We've seen some changes to 6. We've seen a lot of changes to 6. I'm going to go with Alindra. Here's the Plains were very strong for a long, long time. They decided instead of distributing like affiliation bonuses to each of the members and having them all synergize together, they dumped them all on Alindra, which wasn't the greatest idea. But if you're going to do that, then it needs to be even stronger than it is. She needs to stand on her own and also deliver that synergy. And so I think she could use a good boost. Let's see, 7. I know what I want to say already. Let's see if anything else changes my mind. Yeah, Farida. I will throw Farida and Black Viper in here. Honestly, it's a 3-way tie. Xeraphon, Farida, and Black Viper. Farida and Black Viper do not deliver the damage that they need. They are from an old system, and they need some help. And Xeraphon... they do one thing, but they don't do it well. Let's just put it that way. They need some help. 8. We already know Walnut needs help. Does anybody else here beat that out? No, it's Walnut. Walnut is a support first and a tank second, and doesn't do a good... Kind of like Eric. She's really a support who just happens to be able to exist in a tank line sometimes. She's much better tanking and better buffing. Her buff is based off kind of the wrong... It's backwards. It gets better the more you kill, but it needs to get better the less you kill. Like, that's the proper way to scale so that it ramps up when you're not killing so that it can help you kill. It was just kind of a bad decision. 9, I'm already going to say Nordum. I'm going to throw... Oh, God, we got to throw Morgaine in there. But Nordum is worse than Morgaine. Honestly. Nordum exists for one thing in that game, and that is to level your... In this game, and that is to level your Modron core, and he does not deliver on that well until you put, like, 10,000 item levels or some ridiculous thing, which is just wrong. And then he only has, like, one other buff, and it's garbage, and, yeah, he needs serious love. Currently, if I were to have to pick one, like, over everyone's, currently Nordum's probably in the worst place, but I gotta do this by seat. 10. We've seen some love in 10 recently. I'm gonna go Havilar. Havilar. So Farida was in 7. Mahen got a rework over here in 3 recently. That's solid. So that's why Farida now needs to brought up to his level, and so does her twin sister Havilar. Again, same kind of thing. Just doesn't tank or buff as well as you kind of need in the current game. 11. Jamila. I know she's a core champion. They're never going to get a rework, but Jamila hands down. If we ignore if we accept the fact that they're never going to rework a core champion, then it's going to be Ariza and MON who are tied for kind of ineffective at what they do in terms of buffing. In 12, 12's in a pretty good place. I would say Neris. Neris doesn't scale as well as she needs to. Azaka as well, but Corn Evergreens are probably never going to get a rework. So, all right, now I got to back up. Probably missed something. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that need reworks. If I had to pick one after that list, Nordum. Nordum's is in the kind of the worst position of event champions because honestly, they're never going to. I think they're never going to rework a core champion. So Jamila's always going to be screwed. The best they're going to do is like what they did with Sergeant Nox, where they reworked Sergeant Nox and it made Makos and Celeste better when you use them with Sergeant Nox. But I don't know who you'd pair Jamila with because everybody else that's a part of Force Grey is a core or hitch, right? So I don't think we're ever going to see that. So Nordum needs so much help. He really should deliver more on his. I help you level up your Modron core faster in a better way than what he does just baseline, and he should scale better, and there should be a cap to his scaling so it doesn't become ridiculous. We're talking like for balance reasons. And then I would love to see Nordum scavenge. And what I would love to see Nordum scavenge is Modron pipes. Not Modron component pieces, actual pipes, right? Or basically you get enough like every certain number of days he gives you maybe he just scavenges a Modron chest. Maybe every 5 days. You gotta have him deliver something to the game. Even if he's parked in a background party doing it. And obviously give him some decent buffing, because there's no reason to ever use him as a buffer. For completing quests on the top right, isn't there a button to accept them all? Is there? I don't. Maybe I'll check the next time I'm in there. Probably, and I've just not noticed, which tells you how well that button is at identifying itself. Yeah, there's 3 champions who could use reworks that we don't mention because they're toxic. I'm not going to go into it. Their content creators are toxic, so they'll never get any love. Lindra is the one that breaks Whittle and Ishii. I mean, she doesn't break Whittle and Ishii. She maximizes Ishii. You use a Lindra with Whittle. Whittle's buff. Lindra then maximizes Whittle's buff, and everything goes wild. Yeah, that's the point. How much build around do I need for Cass to be solid? He builds around himself. Like, he can turn anybody into what he needs. Ultimately, but what at the start doesn't he want? Hold on. Ultimately, he wants dead people, but he wants evil. That's right. So I mean, you're gonna need some solid evil people to support him. But he also likes dead people, but he can create his own dead people. He can also create some evil people adjacent to him with one of his specializations. So he's better. He's easier to build around than Krond in the same seat. Desmond is a great addition to Cass. Desmond really brings Cass some juice. He brings Cass a juice box. No, but he's a solid. He's got solid synergy. Jamila just needs a new feeder. Oh god, she deserves at least some more feats, but she needs a rework. She doesn't. She can't function. Her damage is absolute garbage, even when you build around her. They should rework all the evergreens that need it for a 10-year anniversary. I mean, am I on board with this idea? Sure, but are they going to do it? I mean, here's what I would love. There's 12 bench seats. There's 12 core champions. Rework each of the core champions every month in the 10th year. That's the anniversary. That's just the reworked champion. Is start with Bruenor seat 1 in January. Work your way through Archon all year long for year 10. It's what we're in year 8 right now, so they got year 9 to plan for it, and then year 10 just deliver a core champion rework spaced out one per month throughout the year. Year 11 start delivering on evergreens. I mean, come on. But they're never going to do that. There's so many event champions that need their love. And the thing is like, I don't think they do the core champions like that. Because they don't want the core champions to be competitive. It's actually a problem that Ashara and Tyrell are as competitive as they are. Evergreens they might do. Evergreens they could probably pull off. And I think you could start that in year 10. Start with the first evergreen, which is Hitch. Rework him. Maybe give him something that makes Jamila better, because Jamila, I don't even think does Jamila even qualify? No, I think maybe. Yeah, Charisma 14. So Jamila qualifies. So Hitch and Jamila together, maybe that makes Jamila better. Start with Hitch and then go through, then Dritz, just do them in order. Then Azaka, then Dragonbait, like one per month until they get through all of whatever the current evergreens are, including nerds. That would be the rework that I think, a 10-year. I would love to see a core one. I love to see core evergreen kick off in year 10, but I think evergreens in year 10 was more doable, maybe. Because basically year 10 of events is year 9 of the game. So as they finish that, it would be the 10th anniversary and they would have just completed a big evergreen rework. That's kind of how that would work. Solora work with the scavenge champions. Can they get their chances to scavenge and skip bosses? I have not paid attention. I believe so, because I know Briv grabs the bag. Like, you get the bag. So I would think so, but I haven't tested it. I mean, it works. I know when Thalora skips it, you get all the gems. So I know you're getting back stuff. I've never tested the interaction with the scavenger. Ashara can give her a per month to Hitch. I mean, yeah, because here's the thing: Ashara's would be a nerf. It wouldn't be. Even Tyrell's might be a bit of a nerf. Well, actually, Tyrell's okay in the current state now, but he was strong. Ashara's still really strong. But again, I think what it would really happen is I think the evergreen version is. Can Hitch get a rework? Sure, yeah. He used to be a DPS support. And as part of his rework, they took the DPS tag away and made him just a support. Hitch is solid, but again, I think if you were going to rework Hitch, you would use that as a chance, like with Sergeant Knox, to boost Jamila, to give an extra interaction with Force Gray, basically, a force multiplier, if you will. Just, so it's not like you'd be changing him a lot. You'd really just be giving him a boost so that he helps out Force Gray, whether that's Jamila or Archon DPS. Dealer's choice, but both maybe. Nerds has a niche in Artemis teams, sure. Also on their own, they have a niche in Willy Wonka, but they were a marketing promotion. They weren't a serious champion, but they deserve to be treated as seriously, Nerds doesn't qualify for any patrons, nor should they. Nor should they. Yeah, they were designed that way. They were specifically designed to not. Justin literally designed them to be a champion that you wouldn't use. They were just supposed to be fun for fun. I think they kind of missed. I think I would argue they missed on that, and then pricing them as they did, they also missed on that again. So they missed twice, but they didn't want, because originally you had to pay money to get them. You had to go buy nerds in the real world to get them. That was the idea, and they didn't want a pay to win champion. So, yeah. Mig Rue, thank you for the follow. For the rework, could be giving Nightly taunt right away instead of a feat you have to buy with gems, but then they would have to change the feat. Again, I think the better idea is to rework the evergreens, or are not evergreen, because again, core champions, they're not supposed to be good. They're not supposed to be good. They're supposed to be adequate so that when you start, you can get things done. They kind of teach you the basics of the game, but then you switch out of them into evergreens or event champions. That's the idea. Unfortunately, Ashara, when they created this whole bond system, it just got ridiculous. Well, it was fine okay. This is one of those things where you can listen to the community too much, and it can be a detriment to your game balance. Originally, Ashara's bonds, there wasn't, like, every single thing wasn't listed. Like they originally they were set groups. And for a long time, when people were like, well, can you add more to these? They were like, no, these are the groups that she's of races, but back then species that she bonds with. She doesn't bond with everybody. And eventually they bended to pressure and of the pressure of the community, and basically added every species in the game somewhere to them. They added a second set of bonds. Originally it was just one set of bonds. They added a second set of bonds, and then they started adding everybody to those. And that broke Ashara long term. That made her too strong. She's such a viable DPS. She's viable. She's not amazing. She is viable to this day because of that. If they had left her the original sets of bonds the way it was, she would have been a niche use DPS. Even strong, she would have been a niche use DPS, because she would have only worked with certain formations and it would have been fine. And she wouldn't have the problem she did, but they gave in. They caved to the pressure. And here we are. And then they had to nerf her and then refund stuff, and then that led to people getting too many item levels and blowing their brivs up, and then they're making the decision, well, we're never gonna rework a core champion ever again because of that. And so, Making gamers go into the real world. Shaking my head. Yeah. Hey, it made me go try. So it made me go. I mean, you had to go buy a Nerds product. And that's what got me to go try like the gummy nerd clusters for the first time. And oh, good lord, that was dangerous. Those are what I bought to get my codes. And oh man, you start eating those, I mean, it's difficult to stop. We'll be back from the ad break in about a minute. Then we'll get back to stuff in. Well, we could do this one. I try the holiday nerds. I have not. Don't, they're too good. Yeah, that's yeah. What I love for the holidays, I love, and right now is the right time. There's usually Starburst jelly beans that are out around Easter time. Yes. Fave Reds. Starburst Fave Reds jelly beans. Oh god, this is the time of year. I might have to go find some. God, are those good? God. There's somewhere I can get like a bunch of those. No, those are the chewy candies. I don't want the chewy candies. I want the jelly beans. Original jelly bits, original Starbursts are good too, but Fave Reds are just... That's the stuff right there. And usually they're only out around, Easter time. They'll get so many bags of them. They won't do like a big container of them. I had a big container of them once, I thought. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I just had a bag. Anyway. Also around Easter, my favorite thing around Easter is Cadbury cream eggs. Those are dangerous. I'm in a bind. I want to get Split the Party going, but I need a 2 and a 6. Considering getting the cast pack for 6, but then would need to use the last event slot for Solok. Means I have to skip on Desmond to make cast better. But you can always get Desmond later. With a time gate or something, right? I mean, if you're trying to get Split the Party, then... And you want it right now, that sounds like the easiest way to do it. If you want to be more patient, then you can get Desmond and Cass. If you want. You can just wait for a 2 from a time and the next time gate or something. But you want it right away. Sounds like you know the math. Big fan of sweet tart jelly beans. I don't think I've had those. Reese's Eggs are the best Reese's? Because you like more peanut butter? Because I think those have a better peanut butter to chocolate ratio. The people that like more of their peanut butter than the chocolate tend to like the Reese's Eggs, is what I recall. Yeah, they've got Reese's Big Cups now that do that kind of the same thing, a lot more peanut butter. As a European, I know none of those sweets. You should know Cadbury Cream Egg. Should know Cadbury Cream Eggs. I understand if you don't know any of the others. Nice, Sergoto. I mean, it's not like Kent's going to get lower, right? But bringing other people up is going to help your overall progress because, can't lift the whole world on his own shoulders. He's got to have a team to help him. So we ran out of speed potions. Barely, oh man, 20 areas away from our Oh well. 1,500 gems though. 3 gold chests. 3 gold chests. Give them. Get me. Oh, and we looted a gold chest too. Excellent. What do we got? What you got for me, baby? We got a epic? Okay. I don't know how that changed our numbers though. There's a blue. There's another feat. Damn it, Charlie. Got a blue for Dritz though. And a blue for Delano. Okay. Go look and see. Ownership owned. All origin evergreen. Oop. All right, we're down to 5. So 5 champions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is our tracker progress. So we got 3. That epic did not end up on Bruno where we wanted. So 4 of 5. No, 3 of 5 are in the off by 1 club. But we're down to 7 greens left on our evergreens. So let's go see. Is there a button to claim? Oh, there's a claim all. Yeah, that's more useful. Never noticed. Never noticed. Not really in the place that you're looking when you're there. Yeah, it's kind of the... I don't want to say the worst slot for Bruno Epic, but it's kind of the worst slot for Bruno Epic. It is. But I mean, look, eventually with the core and evergreens, we're just, we want to get them full epic at some point anyways. Oh, I can take the click damage off of that. Story of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups is wild. You should watch a documentary if you get the chance. Maybe if I happen to see one at some point. Every now, like my mom likes to watch those, History Channel shows about like the things that made America or whatever, and like sometimes they'll do the candy and the candy companies, or they'll do. I remember watching the Pizza Hut one. God, did that take me back? It just made me want like one of the Pizza Hut lights, like I just for at some point in the future I can have. I think. Oh, and then I saw in Critical Role they had one of those on their set. And I was like, oh, that's not fair. I don't want. Like I just remember going into Pizza Huts as a kid, even into high school and college, and you just can't do that anymore, and it sucks. I don't think there are any sit-down Pizza Huts anymore. And if they are, they're probably not like I want to say the cool version, but I mean, there was definitely a vibe like the Pizza Hut. So I watched some of those. Some of those are neat. Some of them I'm like, no, I don't care. Still have a sit-down one in your town? Oh man. Frequent it regularly so that it stays open. I remember like once a week, a friend of mine, myself and a friend of mine in college would go sit down and get at the Pizza Hut and, throw quarters in the jukebox, want some 80s songs, and sit down and eat pizza at the sit-down Pizza Hut. And then they closed the one down and we had to drive like 20 minutes out of the way to get to one, but we still, found one. But then eventually, I don't know. I think that one shut down. Rural Pizza Hut still sit downs? Good. Good. That's the one, that's where I grew up, was rural Oklahoma. And I mean, going to the Pizza Hut was a treat. And you always wanted to do your reading and to get your free personal pan pizza through the school, like a little coupon, and then they'd take us in, and like because that was the town that had like the spelling bees and stuff, so everybody would then you would go after and you'd go to You'd go to use your free personal pan pizza coupon at the Pizza Hut. Yeah. Yeah, and the sit down ones also have the buffet, which, man, yeah, lunch buffets. The last time I had one was, I was actually working in insurance, and they still had one open in like one place that I knew of in San Diego, and they had the lunch buffet, and I would go in on my days off, get up the lunch buffet every now and then. Yeah, red cups, the glass lampshades. That's the vibe. Those red, just super red plastic cups, super thick. Like you could chuck them across the street. They could get run over by a car, and they'd still be fine. It felt like that, right? They were just so thick. And then, man, that glass lampshade. That's what I want. I want one of those. I think like the rectangular one that they used to put over the salad bar would be a great pool, like over a pool table, like a pool table light. That'd be great. I think they'll bring the Critical Role characters in the game. Well, we have Spurt. That's it. The people at Critical Role are so busy making all the things they want to make, that collaborating with a small population indie game like Idle Champions is probably never gonna happen. Early on, in the first few years, Codename Entertainment actually advertised on Critical Role. So they put their game out in front of them, and there was even like I think Everything Is Content where a couple of them played Idle Champions on stream. If it was ever going to happen, it would have happened then, right? So they kind of took their shot to try to get them interested. Yeah, it didn't happen. But we have Spurt because that was Chris Perkins' character, so they had easier access to that than the other characters. Yeah, Book It. That was it. The Book It personal pan pizza. Feels like an ad break for Pizza Hut. It's an ad break for the 1980s and 90s Pizza Hut specifically. For when people get time machines, this is your ad break to go back in time and eat at those Pizza Huts. If there's still a sit down Pizza Hut that's trapped in a time bubble somewhere in a rural place in America, maybe eat at that one too. Rural Oklahoma. Wasn't Will Rogers born in Oklahoma? I mean, he's known for being here. Was he born in Oklahoma? Hold on. Probably, but I don't know. Yeah. Near present day Oologah. Cherokee Nation. So yeah. Yep. Thought so, I just couldn't remember where. I didn't want to say that. All right, we're almost there. Man, it just kills me when so 225, we need 4 15-minute potions, not 3. Now we know. And knowing's half the battle. I guess I could open those electrons. I could also just sit on them until the next champion event. Probably just need to store those electrons. They also had the sit-down Pac-Man game. Oh, those are the best. Where you could sit across from someone, and then you play a turn, and then their turn, the screen would flip around, and they could play their turn. That was good. Those were great. That's, if I was ever going to have an arcade machine in my home, that's the one I would want. I had a roommate for a while who she loved Miss Pac-Man, and she had a stand-up Miss Pac-Man game in the guest bedroom. And she would play it every day. She'd get home from work, and that was her relaxation. She'd go in and she'd play a little Miss Pac-Man on her stand-up arcade machine. It was great. That was also turned into kind of the computer room, so like we both had our computers in there and the Miss Pac-Man machine. There we go. Completed. All right. So there's Azaka's Procession Part 1. So we need 30 adventures and variants completed, and we've done 11. So we're a ways from Azaka. Which is why you just do the storyline stuff first. So Tomb of the Nine Gods, 250. So we had 225 for one goal, and then they jumped to 250. All right. See, I see you. See you, baby. Shaking that thing. All right. Let's go. Let's get this party started. Build up the gold find again. First, then we come over and gonna build some more gold find. Then we're gonna go speed effect. Right. Speed effect is on now. More cards, more gold finds. Straight up to the boosted green, so we'll get that. I like that. All right, doing good. After we reach our goal of getting blue or better on the core and evergreens, we're going to get another familiar. So that we can have 5 on the field and 1 on click damage. That's like our next break point. But until then, I'm not going to slow down our power progress, kind of our power progression for a familiar. We got enough for the moment. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Because the little eyeball spider there, that came with the Pick3 pack. Then I think we got this one with platinum from the Pick3 pack and the daily deal. This Guinevere is free. The Mage Hand was 250 and Jeremy was 1,000. What's the next one on the list? Gelatinous Cube at 5,000. So, but right now we're still just buying gold chests, 500 gems at a time. Okay, there's the Delana Blue. Now we're down to 6. That's what I do like, even though we're waiting more and it's taking more gems. Every chest is progress, one way or the other, because we're either getting a blue to blue these out, or we're getting an epic somewhere, which is also progress. I got a minimum. At a minimum, we're getting a blue upgrade. We've also gotten a couple feats. They haven't been good feats, but you know, more feats you pull out of the pool, the better your odds of getting the ones you want, right? That's the only, you can't control it. You just gotta roll with it. Just gotta roll with it. Okay, potions. Oh, we don't have enough potions. You know what? This is now, I think we're there. I think 250 is hour-long potion test. So now we're gonna move faster. Start using the hour-long potions, the bigger multiplier along with the time. 250, we're going to see, is 250 enough areas? Because before, I think we would have left some of this potion on the table. In the sense that we wouldn't have used it all. We want to try to maximize the efficiency of our potion usage, even though we can generate potions with the apothecary. We can't generate them endlessly. Completion, even bad feats are good because the completion assembly will want them all eventually. Sure, but starting out, it's just, there are X number of gold chest feats. That does increase with every event as they add more to the pool. Because every new champion gets at least one gold chest feat, but usually a couple. So you got to be opening them regularly, gold chests, to get those feeds. So even when you get the bad ones, you're still, I mean, it's just helping you reduce the number so that your odds are better of getting the good ones. So you got to get them all eventually. Some are definitely better than others. So, you know, you can get some really good luck and get some really good gold chest feats to start. And it's joyous. Oh, Frab just day. But sometimes you're just getting screwed over. And right now we got like multiple for Jarlaxle, and like that doesn't help us because we're not using Jarlaxle. We're using Ishi. Whereas normally I'd have been fine with it because Jarlaxle. Well, no, actually at this point in our progress we'd be done with Jarlaxle, so it still would have been rough. Still would have been rough. But now I got to be patient and wait for 500 gems. No, sir, didn't like it. One thing we can do, I mean, we can pop these electrons. There is a chance that they will, one, it gives us gems, but two, there's a chance it could give a blue. And you know, it's worth it. At the moment, it's worth taking those chances. I'm not going to play the save it game, I think. Saving up a stack of electrums until the next event would let us, you know, gear up the new event champions quickly. I don't know that I'm worried about that at the moment. At the moment, I want gem progress, so. I really want to spend my event tokens, but I think it's best to wait until we've actually done the event content. And I was really I really want to race through this and get kind of as much. I really want to get all blues. Even though we're not using all of these champions. Like Bruno, we're using. The others we aren't. So maybe if we get Bruner's blue, we'll hop into the event stuff. And then the champions that we're pushing with will at least be blue or better, except for Sheila. But we'll do her stuff first. Nothing new dropped today, like opening mass contract. No, I don't know when the notary system is going to happen. That was anything that had to do with contracts was going to be part of the notary system. I just know that was behind the apothecary system. They had to split them, or else they weren't going to be able to deliver anything with Sheila. And the apothecary system had to be delivered with Sheila because she's a reagent scavenger. I don't know what their ETA on the notary system is. That's a question for Dev Insights tomorrow. As far as I know, the only thing that happened today is that, you know, second slot unlocked, and we've got 2 new skins that are active in the shop. Yeah. That's all I'm aware of. I don't see an announcement in the Discord about anything. Man, I think I'm on board that train of we need a roaming familiar bar. Like, see this bar? So you can place a familiar here, and it'll walk back and forth and punch any of these that are, like, every 30 seconds it'll hit an ultimate. We need a roaming familiar bar to level up champion. We do. We absolutely do. Yeah. I think the problem is, like, does it level up champions that aren't in the formation? How can it? I think it would be challenging for it to figure out, understand what is and isn't. Yeah, that might be one of the challenges with that and why we've never gotten that. People have asked for it every now and then. It would massively reduce the need for familiars. I think that's the bigger issue. Familiars are a big revenue stream. Yeah. I get it. That's one of those things where if they ever put the game in maintenance mode, you know, basically, I think they call it sunsetting, but sunsetting is literally closing the game. I don't understand. But like I think Idle Crusade or Crusaders of the Lost Isles or whatever their other game is, I think they sunset that one. It's basically maintenance mode. I think you can still play it, but they're not doing anything. At that point, I think then you could add close it out with a couple quality of life changes like that, and just let people play the game forever. Yeah. People do still play Bushwhackers, yeah. Enough so that there's a weekly Bushwhacker stream. Notice there isn't a Crusaders of the Lost Idol stream. Yeah. I think all the people that were playing Crusaders kind of they either moved on or came over here. But Bushwhackers is an entirely different game. Mars started trying to play that on stream once and then stopped. I think it's one of those you kind of had to be into. Games, it happens. People have a lot of love and will keep playing it, but getting new people to play it isn't always easy. I haven't seen. Oh, I don't think I've been part of an MMO closing where they just gave away stuff from the cash shop for free. But maybe I just haven't been in those MMOs. That's probably it. That's wild. That's wild. Actually popped up in one of the MMOs that I played for a bit. Was Blade and Soul. I don't know if anybody ever played Blade and Soul. But I just saw something pop through my feed the other day that they've got like there's Blade and Soul Neo, which is like an improved version of it. And I read through and I was like, is the improvement that it's single player now? Because that would make it great. but no, it's not. Man, I actually enjoyed Blade and Soul for quite a while until I got to the point where your progress was gated by your participation in PvP stuff. That is always just a big red flag for me. I get why MMOs do it because they, players. It's the rule of MMOs is players are the content. But it's one thing to encourage people to do it. It's another to just absolutely gate progress by it. And it required very specific things like that just weren't possible. That just weren't possible to be done on the server I was on. So I just stopped. But I remember enjoying this story. I just didn't, At that point, it was like, well, this sucks. It's not that I didn't know how to do PvP stuff. I've PvP'd in MMOs for a very long time. It's just that like when you gate progress based off like, you know, being part of a certain side and that side winning and achieving certain things, it's like, no, you can't do that. You can't ever do that. You can unlock, actually you can have people get extra bonuses for winning, but you can't gate progress behind that because there's no way to guarantee that that side's ever going to win. Like the side the player is on is ever going to win. It was bad. That was bad design. Bad design. Once we get back from the ad break, I will address the Ishii question. Since I'm using Ishii. Talking about winner takes all. Oh, we got our tick up for the day too. All right, I think we're back from the ad break. All right, so Sebel, do you have a decent tip on how to use Ishii stack? So right now I'm using Ishii DPS, and you'll see I've got 34 winner takes all stacks. So I have consumed one to get some item levels. But the thing with this is if you read through, you have to get the killing blow on a boss the first time you kill the boss, and then it's only a 1 in 20 chance that you're going to actually get a piece of gear, right? You're going to consume a stack. So that tells us two things. It tells us, one, that Ishii has to be the person killing the boss. So that means on low areas, either you take everybody else out of your party and you only have Ishii and you're not killing with click damage, or you're using her for deep pushes, and at the point where you know she's the only one killing, you have a chance at collecting the boss bags, right? Killing the bosses and getting that gear. Or, and this is the one I do on my main account, or if you have a background party, you drop her in your background party as your DPS, as you know, the only one doing damage. Well, anybody, you can have multiple people in there, but she has to be your bud setter. And the way the background simulation kind of works is that as long as she's setting bud, it's kind of credited. It feels like it credits her for all the kills, and then you consume all your stacks regularly. Like I park her in a background party, and then she never has any stacks because she's always triggering it. But as you can see, when I'm using her as my DPS, it's taking a while because I'm not doing a lot of deep pushes. I'm only deep pushing for favor. And if I want to burn these, which I will be forced to start burning these soon. It basically means I'm going to slow down my progress through areas, like through adventures, because that you know, kind of got to get rid of click damage. I got you know, either stop leveling up all the champions or only have a couple champions out. Like it's a whole thing. Using in background parties consumes the stacks and the time it takes to do patron challenges. Yeah, and I mean that's all I use my background parties for anyway. But so I just leave her parked in a background party all week long on my main account, and she just hoovers up all of that gear. I really got to set them so that I have all the scavengers back there so that they're all getting their stuff. I never do. I think it's partly because on my main account, I don't necessarily need all the stuff that the scavengers are offering. Many of them, all the scavengers should work in the background. And by scavengers, I mean Saturday Morning Squad, Ishii, and Strongheart. I know. Yeah. I'm not talking about Jang Sao. Or Black Viper. I guess scavengers, people are broadening the description of a scavenger now. And I understand why, but yeah. Yeah, see, I've gotten mine with Bobby and Presto in the background, so I know it works. It's just it's slow. It's slow, yeah. Because it's a simulation. It's not counting. It's not like the simulation is giving like estimated progress and stuff, and I don't know. The way that David tries to explain it makes it sound like it's running a headless version of the game, but based off the way we're seeing it work, it's not doing what he thinks it's doing. It's clear. It's clear it's not working the way he thinks it's working. We're at 150 and we're not even a halfway through an hour-long potion. Oops. I don't think we're at using an hour-long potion time yet. It's a good test. The way I know if my scavengers are working in the background or not is I park them there for a few weeks and then I come back, and if they're at their cap, well, they were working. I don't pay attention. I don't try to track how much they're getting. I'm just like, are they capped? Okay. Because a lot of them I'm just not going to bother tracking whether it's working right or not. But yeah, technically the only scavengers are the Saturday Morning Squad and Strong. I understand that this works like a scavenger ability. I get it. But it doesn't say scavenger. It doesn't say scavenger. Yeah. I think there's an argument that you could toss them all into one bag, and because they all kind of doing the same thing. They've just named it different. And in that regard, some things don't work. But I think the things that don't work are things like, because I think Black Viper works in the background. I know Jang Sao doesn't, but hers isn't off boss kills. Hers is just off kills in general. That may be the big difference. Yeah. Oh, we got enough for a chest. Who'd we get? Who'd we get? Make us. Okay. That's fine. 3 out of 4 and the off by, wait, 4? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, yeah. Okay. 3 out of 4 in the off by 1 club. Now. So either Tyrol joins the off by 1 club or we remove somebody on the next chest. This is good. This is good. Like 2,500 away. I like it. I like it. I think, though, what's going to happen is, I think after this run, it's smart to hop over and do Sheila's variants. I think that's the best idea. We can get her chests. We can get her into blues with a purple, since we are using her in our pushing group. I wish we'd gotten Bruno. I would love to get Bruno's blue before we do that, but it's not a huge difference. It's Dwarf. Oh, it doesn't even matter. It's Dwarven Glory. Oh, I don't. All I need to do is look at that. Increase the effective rally for each dwarf other than Bruno in the formation. We don't have anymore. So it doesn't even matter. So we're going to be good. We're going to be good. So after this run, we got to get to 250 here. Team of the Nine Gods. Defeat a Sararak. Then we will we'll do Sheila's stuff. We'll see how well we do in the event. The last time we did an event run, we got EO9 favor. I feel like we could do a deep run for favor in the event and end up either in the mid 20s or breaking into E30s because of the health scaling there. But I think what we're just going to try to do is do her first variant. Go look at what that is. Starts in the formation, can move, not remove. You only use a good champions. Ooh, we are going to be restricted a bit. Is there one that has no restriction? We're losing champions on that one. And that's the active debuffs. Wow, okay. So it's going to be slow. Good. We're going to lose Ashara. Good. We're going to lose Aliwick. Oh, God, we lose Aliwick. Okay, we're going to lose Ashara and we're going to lose Aliwick. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so we'll have Tyrell. We kind of want to get we kind of want to get the blues first. We're not going to have a swap for Ashara. We only have 9 champions. I mean, we should... Oh, that's going to be problematic. I want more dwarfs in the game. Is there any particular dwarfs from D&D you like to see made into champions? Yeah, and I've actually had a guide, or I had a post about this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, God, was it that long ago? 5 years ago, Reddit tells me. Damn it, Reddit. 5 years ago, I made a post on the subreddit with a full dwarf formation wish list. I think we had heard that Olcoria was coming, but didn't know how she was working at the time. So that's how long ago this was. So I think we kind of just assumed, well, she'll work with other dwarves, and she doesn't. Yeah, I even state here, I assume that she's an archmage using range magic to fill the support role, which she does, but unfortunately she only buffs other magic users, so she's useless in a full dwarf formation. So here's the ones that I had suggested adding. Athrogate, who is friend of Jarlaxle. Able to take a beating and stay in a fight. So tank. But also I was thinking tank DPS, maybe, because his weapons are kind of debuff and crowd control weapons. Like he uses 2 Cracker and Whacker. He uses 2 weapons, and one's a debuff and one's a knockback. So I think that would have been cool as like a tank DPS option. Maybe because of the debuff and crowd control, maybe, well, back then that would have given you a support tag, but instead nowadays it would just be debuff and control tags. So I don't know that he would have a support tag. Another one that I was thinking was an Ivan and Pikel combo, because this is back when, after Beetle and Grimm had showed up. So I was thinking, what if you did just another Beetle and Grimm type thing? I think in this they were separate champions, but you could have back then I was like, oh, you could have the tag team. They're not doing that tag team thing anymore. It's problematic. So Ivan and Pikel, the Boulder Shudder brothers, would both be great. Ivan is the classic fighter, brawly fighter. So it could be fighter support, like or DPS support, and then Pikel is the doodad. He's the dwarven druid, so he'd be pure support. I feel like maybe support and control probably would be good for Pikel. And then I wanted Fist and Fury, Malabritches and Tanabritches, the twin queens of Gauntlgrim. That was the one that I was thinking was a tag team, but no, I think they just need to both be in the game. And then if you put them both next to Brunor, like adjacent to Brunor, that probably like just blows his buff out of the water because he's the husband. He's the king of Gauntlgrim. He married twins. And they're badass twins. So yeah, just placing them adjacent to him and like having like that Sergeant Knox thing where if you get one of them next to Brunor, there's a good buff, but if you get both of them next to Brunor, there's a huge buff. Like that's a way you buff a core champion, right? Beyond that, I don't know. Those were the ones that stuck out from like the Cleric Quintet and the Dritz books as these kind of all make sense with champions that are already in the game. Yeah. But I don't think they're reaching that far back for characters though. I don't know. Just kind of have to wait and see. Like they've clearly kind of pivoted away from content creator champions. They're doing lots of lore champions as new champions or CNE original champions. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of like see if there's a list of other popular dwarves. Like that makes sense. But I feel like we have most of them, right? Like the main ones. Because the thing is they want stuff that's like 5e. Oh, Ambergris, she's from the Dritz books. She was a cleric of Dumathoin. Amber Gristle-Omal. She was part shade, basically. Yeah, that's another one from those books. But then they'd need to add Afafrinfere. That was a human monk that she was friends with. Yeah, I don't know that they're gonna go into like deep into adding more people from those books, unfortunately. There's another dwarf that's kind of, I don't know what edition that she was written into, how recent she was mentioned in those books. I mean, there's tons of dwarves in the lore, but like how popular were they? How big of a deal? I don't know. So I think you go Boulder Shoulder Brothers, you go Fist and Fury to build around Bruenor. There you've got 4. Athergate. I was thinking like, I know some people don't really want this, but building out Jarlaxle's group. So that you have like making him affiliated with his group and building out, adding members of his group. Athergate would be one. There are a bunch more. They would be really strong champion. I mean, they're really cool champions because they were really cool characters. But some people don't like that. Then that takes away like, you know, an affiliation. Like then you're losing Jarlaxle from unaffiliated. But I don't really think that matters, right? I mean, who cares? But yeah, Brigand Aerith. I would love to see them add more Brigand Aerith characters. I think they could add, you know, they could flesh out a full affiliation of Brigand Aerith. You could add Camuriel Obladra, so more drow. He was a psionicist, so you know he was basically like he was a drow mind flayer, effectively. He wasn't an actual mind flayer, but he worked with mind flayers and trained with them. But yeah, bunch of drow, but then like Athergate was a dwarf. She was affiliated with that. The thing is I think what upset people is technically that would make Artemis part of Brigand Aerith, like as an affiliation. I think that's what would that part would upset people. It wouldn't upset me, but that might upset other people. Gromp Bainray, you'd be able to add Gromp, the Archmage of Menzo Baranzan. He was part of Brigand Aerith. Yeah. For a while. Who else was? Who are the big ones? Trying to find the other. Beniago. Basically, he was in charge of Beniago. Was in charge of Luskan. Captain of ship Kurth and Luskan, and he pretended to be a human, but he was a drow in disguise, and so he was basically High Captain of Luskan, which meant he was in charge of the town. So that would be neat. You know, I like those characters, but not necessarily everybody does. Not necessarily everybody does. But that could add a lot more drow to the game. Along with others. Here we go. Last fight with the Sararak. The Sararak fight is really, it's about defeating this in the back, the Soulmonger tank. And clicking on it every 5 seconds helps to just get rid of it. When you're at higher levels and you can't kill a Sararak hard, just get rid of the Soulmonger and then the tentacles go away. And then it's super easy to then kill a Sararak afterwards. But we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. I kind of just want to keep going. I know I said I was going to go do Sheila stuff, but then I realized we're going to lose an entire champion. No, we're going to go do Sheila stuff. All right, we're going to do it anyway. Do it anyway. All right, Thief. Thief! We not have a save formation because we haven't done anything here. Here's the problem. This formation layout sucks. So bad. For new players. And I am technically, even with the power I have, I am a new player. And this formation's layout is real bad. Because Calliope's here, she's gonna do nothing. She's gonna do nothing. She's not giving a buff to Ishii at all. She can't. There's no room for her to be there. Yeah, we'd have to swap over to Tyrell over here. Everybody else we can have, but we're going to be down a champion. And what's the goal here? 250. Because I want to kind of complete tier 2. So we're going to throw an hour-long potion down. I think we're just going to leave it on that. I think we're just going to leave it on that. Come on. Show me the money. Well, what do you got? Wrong one. 4,500. Okay. Oh, gems. 994. We'll wait until we have 1,000. So this layout doesn't help us really. If I had a swap in seat 5, that'd be great. If I had a swap in seat 6, like seat 5 and 6 that were good champions, that'd be great. Or 11 or 12. I just need swaps, and I don't have them. This early in the game, I just don't have them. So. Going to be pushing with less power. Fortunately, I think we have more than enough power. If I can do clear area 500 in a regular campaign, I can easily clear 250 with 9 champions. I think. But we're gonna see. But I think that's doable. You Swerf Neblin champion? Yes. Absolutely. And I mean, if you're going to throw Swerf Neblin in, then I feel like you could just go straight with the one like Dritz's friend. I mean, you gotta just bring it back again. I know it's coming from those books, but that's where we have a lot of them, right? What's his name again? Hold on. Belwar Disengulp, the most honorable Burrow Warden. I would go with him. It was such a cool story, and I think that's why one of the reasons I want to see it. He lost his hands in a mining accident. Oh no, he was in a mining party, and a drow patrol came through. I think it was Dynan and Dritz. Killed everybody except for Belwar and cut his hands off and sent him back. And instead of being like, well, you're useless to us now in our society, they honored him with his sacrifice, and they built replacement limbs that were basically, one is a hammer and another is a pickaxe. And there's like a magic to them, I believe, if he smacks them together. Yeah. He'd be awesome. He'd be awesome. I mean, there's others, but I think that's that's kind of a canonical one that, for a lot of reasons, would be cool to add to the game. Dwarf Artificer that's like healing support, so heals Warforged a lot. Now I'm trying to how would that... What do we got? We don't have a lot of Warforged. So basically, like Sentry and Ren when she's tanking, is that's her Warforged is the tanking spec. Maybe. I don't know if getting in a niche healing is... I don't know. The game has issues with healing. But who knows? Solution for Artemis, give him a feat that grants the affiliation and more damage. Well, but I mean, he's the head of the affiliation. I feel like feel like he kind of has to always have the affiliation. If anything, a feat that could somehow remove the affiliation, like treat him as if he were unaffiliated, well, like undercover or something, would be more appropriate. He's literally the leader of the affiliation. I don't think you can just... It's not a feat. It's not like... Yeah. Hey, Jules. Yeah, exactly. Belwar reference. Get an evil one in there with Wolbrin Bongle? I don't remember Wolbrin Bongle. Well, yeah, that's fine. Again, I think the issue is they really want 5e stuff, like 5th edition stuff, and there just isn't. There isn't a lot out there for 5th edition. Arguably, there are, there's some recent books out, but a lot of this stuff is so far back that they're not really considering it for usage. And unfortunately, that means there's lots of species that just are underrepresented. Oh, that's right. Wolverine is from Baldur's Gate 3. Now I know who you're talking about. The one that had the friend that was at the windmill, and if you... That one, yeah. Yeah, I remember who you're talking about. Oh, that windmill. Oh, boy. So weird. Now that we have so much less favor on this run, it's like, oh, I haven't leveled up that far yet. You get used to it. You get to the higher favor. I don't even have a lot. I just had E22. You can feel the difference. Feel the difference. Oh, yeah, no, because otherwise we lose. Yeah. There are ways to build this where we move like Nally back here, and we have Tyrell here, and your DPS goes here, and then Calliope can go here, and then, or Calliope can go here, and Celeste can go here, but then Brunar is left out, and you got to swap for him, and we don't have a swap for him either. Somebody's getting left out of this party no matter what. Right now it's Calliope. That may change at some point. I don't know. I don't know that it'll need a change, but we'll find out. Do we need to go faster? We might. I think we do. Brew. Give me 2. Give me 2. Brew 2. Brew 2. There we go. Now we'll go faster. Split the party completed. Nice. Minky. Now make sure you throw that Modest core into your active party. Do not make the mistake, a lot of people do, of thinking it has to go in the background party. You want it in your active party because it's going to level up faster in your active party. That does mean if you want to use your background party, you have to run it manually. But guess what? You've been running manual parties your entire, well, at least for the beginning of your Idle Champions career. So it's normal. Just tab over there every now and then and upgrade some people and tab back and fine. But you really want that modest core leveling up in your active party. And then when you if you when you go to stop playing for the night or whatever, you'll now have automation. You could set up just a really inexpensive familiar, only a couple familiars automating loop that will farm gems for you overnight, which helps with your kind of your gem starvation early on. Hey, Nathlas. Oh, hey, we hit 1,000. Give me 2 gold chests. Okay, there's Archons. 4. And there's Burnors. So we got it anyway. What's our pity timer at? One of the next 4. So now we're down to 3. But guess what? We're down to 3. So unfortunately, that probably means we're going to open 4 chests. We're going to need 4 chests to get all of those done. Look at that. We got rid of Archon and Brunor in the same pulls. We just have Makos and Tyrell left. And honestly, I mean, I know we're using Tyrell right now, so it would have been nice to get this one. Or, well, either one of those. Well, no, we didn't need this one. We needed this one for his buff. Would have been nice to get that one, but we're only 3 away now from being a blue crew. A blue or better crew. For core and evergreens. So making quick progress. I mean, it felt like excruciating progress through the whites, right? Like to get rid of all the whites, because there's no guaranteed upgrades coming out of silver chests, but with gold chests you get guaranteed upgrades. And because we were already green, that meant every upgrade was either a blue or a purple. Awesome. I open that search, click a swippy swappy button, and then click the search button. And then customize it however you want. This is a custom. This is modified, but you can set up for whatever you want. If I have no core in a background party, it resets when it fails. It doesn't reset at all. It would just stop. It would be like you not paying attention to your active party while you're doing something else. It just grinds to a halt. Just grinds to a halt. Though there should be a little red exclamation point here when it does. Should be. Don't rely on that. Should be is the key. I'm using should be. Words mean something. That should be how it works. Is that how it's going to work? No. I don't know. Oh yeah, the champion search is huge. It's way bigger than I kind of expected it to be. Originally, they were calling it Bench Builder, and I was like... But then they changed the name to Champion Search, and then there's so much more to it. But because you can build your bench, you can actually build out who's going to show up in your bench seats here. But just using it to filter and look for things is kind of the best use of it. Continue. Yeah. Yeah, so the way you do for a minimal push in the background, you sacrifice 2 familiars. You have 1 on the field out here, and then 1 on click damage, and then you just let your seat 1 champion just auto load in. It should load in as level 1 and then stay there. You don't have to level them up, and then you just push with click damage until it stops. Go over, restart it, set it up again, and just enjoy free gems. It's going to be slow, but it's free gems. Can I build a bench for a background party? Sort of. You could come in and you could set up the restrict everything, and then you come up here to preset and maybe save what you did, and then switch over to that background party, then go in and load that save. That might work. I've never tried to use it for that. I always just switch over to the background party and do it. You can't build it. You can't build a formation out and then save it to your formation manager from Champion Search. If that's what you're trying to do, you can't do that. And then just swap it in the UI or whatever. You can't do that. Still gonna have to go over to that formation, so to that party. That's how you did it. Good. And that's what you'll do when you get another Modron core to have in your background automating. Well, when you get the fast core, basically you'll use the fast core in your main party, use the modest core in the background party, and you'll just automate with 2 familiars and a level 1 champion, and make gems. It's an unshielded champion, just one without a shield. I'm not sure the context of that, but some champions can shield other champions. Like they create temporary health point shields, temp HP shields, like Calliope. When it grants temp HP, that's basically referred to as a temp HP shield. So I don't know what the context to that is. Like why you would be asking for that. Were we talking about unshielded? I don't know. Shroud perk lived dangerously. That still doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, that's somebody that doesn't. Yeah, it has to be somebody that doesn't have a temp HP shield. It has to be a temp HP shield. It has nothing to do with art. It's not like, are they carrying a shield in their art? That doesn't matter. So it's a temp HP shield. I can't access Strahd stuff to look it up, but that's how they'd be using that term if there's a perk that requires unshielded champions. You need to switch to the other portraits. The straight on view is creepy. I do this specifically because it reminds me I'm not on my main account. Otherwise, I can do silly stuff and like forget that I'm not on my main and like spend money on this one or something. This is how it reminds me I'm not on my main account. When I bring up the champion search again, you click on a Swippy Swappy button. That's one of these little Swippy Swappy buttons, top left of a champion that you have a swap for. Click on the blue search button. Champion search. You can't bring it up if you don't have any swaps. Which is silly. Which is why it needs a hotkey, but it doesn't have one. So again, it's temp HP shield. It's the yellow here. I'm gonna ult. Calliope's gonna give her shield to everybody in the party. Then now they have this yellow bar in front of their health. This is the shield. See, plus 856 shield. That's her temporary HP she gave to everybody in the party. That's what they're referring to. Yeah, no, I mean, you can ask whatever questions you want. But look, this game isn't great about explaining stuff, so the knowledge is out there. It's just, you know, experience over time, right? Figuring stuff out, not because somebody necessarily explained it, or not because the game explained it, but because we asked questions. Like early on, when this game first came out, there was no support person, like dedicated support. Like when you submitted a ticket to support, Dave, one of the co-founders of the company, would answer your questions. And I learned a lot about the game back then, just asking questions like, because again, I tell people the first thing you say is, "This is what I just saw happen," and then the second paragraph is, "This is what I expected to see," and then the third thing you do is you go, "What am I supposed to see here?" And then Dave would answer my questions, and I learned a lot about how the game worked back then that way. The Dark Urge DPS, what Modron would you recommend using? I mean, I think there's two answers to that. I think one of them is probably the Magic Core. Because usually I'm using him as in the magic spec. I think that's because that's his AoE one, right? Is that still the best? I don't know. I don't Dark Urge DPS. Otherwise, you know, I don't know. There's, I think the Encyclopedia Modronica website will tell you, like, for every DPS what the best cores are. But I don't, yeah, I don't Dark Urge. I mean, I'll throw them in if I absolutely need to, but I actually don't. I don't know. I don't really like him. The problem with the Magic Core, if you're ever trying to use that for your DPS, is it has no health nodes. So it's what I refer to as a glass cannon core. You're all damage, no survivability. Like literally just everybody gets blown over in a strong wind. So, think of buying Dex and Strength. I mean, I can tell you Strength is good for Carlock. Dex is good for like Birdsong. Are there other people those are good for? Probably, but those are the other ones I pay attention to. The Dex core and the unaffiliated core have the highest potential buffing. They can both be supercharged fully, which I did on my main account. Oops. Yeah, but then you know they have different use case scenarios, right? The Dex core is for a high Dex DPS, but also a high Dex formation is where it's ideal. Unaffiliated is for an unaffiliated DPS, but also ideal in an unaffiliated formation. Because there's also nodes that buff based off the number of either Dex or unaffiliated in the party. Monthly dues paid, Black Widow. Thank you. But yeah, picking up just to get chests is also is also good. But that's like you got to make sure you're easily earning 500,000 gems, right? Regularly. Otherwise, may not be the best use of your gems because they expensive. They expensive. Oh, up to 7 electrums. I guess I can hold on to those. I don't know. Earlier I was like, man, we don't have to hold on to those. And now I'm like, well, 2 weeks out from an event. Probably should. We got spoiled at the start of the game because there were so many codes we could put in and get so many electrums. I got to start thinking long term. I don't want to. I just want to open them. But right now, I mean, no, we're just going to open them because we want the gems. I want the gems out of them more than anything else. I don't care about those blues. Yeah. We didn't get any of the blues we wanted, right? Yeah, no. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, the unaffiliated core has buffs for unaffiliated DPS, but it also gets better the more unaffiliated champions are in your formation. And the Dex core is the same way. Dex DPS, that's what I thought I was explaining. Dex DPS, and then the more high Dex champions that are in the formation. So they're, you know, specific scenario cores, but they do have the highest potential damage. It's just that the Magic Core is the only one that doesn't have any health upgrades, so I've constantly just stayed away from it. Because I don't know. I think you gotta have, in my opinion, you gotta have survivability. You gotta have peanut butter with your chocolate. You gotta have some survivability with your damage, but not everybody believes in that. Rosie's high dex. She'd work with the dex core. She's dexy and she knows it. I believe, right? We were talking about Reese's peanut butter cups earlier, so that's why I threw that reference in. Those of you who've been around for the whole stream get it. Yeah, we were talking about candy earlier. No, if I was talking about peanut butter sandwiches, for me, I actually do peanut butter and honey, which is not, that's not normal, probably. That's probably not normal. I mean, like, I grew up with like peanut butter and syrup sandwiches, uh, peanut butter and jelly, but peanut butter and honey was that was the jam. Sausage, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Honey damage, no health works fine until you run into something like TMI with 7 health bars. Well, but that's a ton of the game has, it's not even 7 health bars. It's armored or hit based bosses. You'll get steamrolled in the wrong situations. Peanut butter and syrup is normally Canada. That makes sense. Peanut butter and honey is my jam. Oh, pun intended. Yeah. Hey, Shevik. Anything with bacon. I'm the person that doesn't eat the bacon, so I'm the person you want to have breakfast with because all the bacon then is yours. that's the way it works. I don't know why people that love bacon get mad at people that don't like bacon. Look, that means you sit down to breakfast with them, the bacon's all yours. that should be a win, right? Issue with peanut butter and honey or syrup is getting messy pretty easily. Well, the thing with like peanut butter and syrup, when I grew up, you took the peanut butter out of the thing, you put it into a bowl, and then you squirted the syrup on it, and then you mixed it all up. So it was just this mixture, peanut butter syrup mixture, and then you put that on the bread. So there was no mess. I mean, you had a bowl to clean up, but it didn't like drip out or anything because it was all whipped up. Now honey, I do just put the peanut butter on and then squirt honey on. I just know at this point, after how many decades of doing this, I know how much to put on without making a mess. You put too much on, it's just going to drip out all over you, and you're going to be sticky all day long. Right? Bacon with a side of bacon wrapped in bacon. Beef bacon, turkey bacon, those are different stories. I'll fight you all for them. Now, see, I grew up eating turkey bacon. I will say that back then it was called sizzling, I believe. Wasn't that what sizzling was turkey bacon? Do they even have this? Cured meat product manufactured through the 70s and 80s, so they don't have it anymore. Healthier alternative to bacon, yeah. It was delicious. They don't say what was in it. I'm pretty sure it was like turkey bacon. Trying to like trying to find out what happened to sizzling. That's what I would have instead of regular bacon. Yeah, compared to turkey bacon, what is now turkey bacon? Yeah, yeah. It contained turkey and leaner cuts of pork shoulder and beef. Interesting. So it was a mix. Oh, it was delicious. It was delicious. But yeah, I didn't do regular bacon. Dad put it in a bowl and skip the bread. Oh, that's too sweet for me. There's definitely beef bacon. Yeah, there's all beef bacon out there. I mean, it's bacon. Just like sizzling was bacon. Yeah, sometimes places that grow lots of peanuts don't actually make peanut butter. They export it to other countries and then they import the peanut butter after the other countries make it. It's really weird how the world works nowadays. They will literally ship containers, shipping containers full of something to another country, have them process it, and then you'll buy it back from them. Like, what? Who thought that was a good idea? Corporate, and the answer is the stock market, because they usually ship it somewhere where the labor is super cheap, and then they don't have to pay people on money. But yeah, that's a whole thing. The only thing I use peanut butter for is to make satay sauce. Oh, now I want chicken with satay, like satay chicken. Give me some good. Yeah. Peanut butter is very much a U.S. thing. Really? Huh. Peanut butter is fantastic. I will argue that a lot of the peanut butter now is as delicious as it is. It's just got so much sugar in it. I still eat it, but peanut butter was invented in Canada. Unsurprising that people will call something American that was invented in another country. Sick of egg. I eat about 20 a day. That's a lot of eggs. Now, man, what did I finally got the high egg prices finally hit here. But it's like $7 for a carton, like 12 for 12 large eggs. For a while, we were getting basically the old price of eggs for a long time, while everybody else was paying super high. Now it's finally caught up. Dutch would disagree. Staple in the Netherlands. Capitalism. Who thought it was a good idea? Rich people. That's easy. That's easy to answer. Heavily enriched peanut butter is also common family food. Really? That's awesome. Peanut-based paste, plastic, plumpy nut. Oh, it could have come up with a better name. Severe acute malnutrition. That makes sense to me. That's awesome. I'm gonna see what it. Here we go. Peanut-based paste with sugar, vegetable oil, skim milk powder, enriched with vitamins and minerals. Yeah, that's neat. We a 2-month regimen only costs $60 US. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. Peanut cheese? Oh, no wonder people can't find it. What? We're on an ad break. Once I get back from the ad break, I will get back to answering the questions. Coming up on our area here, we have more than enough damage, so I think we're good. I think we're going to be good. Good. Did I put Sheila on the list? I did. Okay. Yeah, we only need E68 to beat the boss here, and we're going to have that. Without any issue. We would not be able to do tier 3 at all. Tier 3 goes from E68 damage to E162. There's a big jump. Tier 3. I think that's probably what frustrates people, is just how big the damage jump is. It is a big jump. Are we back? We're back. Okay. Kragan, should I buy the Tiger Familiar with gems or focus on buying more chests to get item levels? It's kind of a choice that's up to you. It depends on how many familiars you have already. If you have a lot of familiars, then chests. I went with chests for a while, and I held off on Jeremy, the baby tiger, because I was trying to get I was trying to buy lots of silver chests so that I could get my champions up to green or better gear. And then once I did that, then I bought Jeremy for myself as a treat. And right now I'm buying gold chests. Once I got to green or better, now I'm only buying gold chests to get blue or better. I only got three chests I got left to buy, basically. 3, 4, maybe. Depending on where that epic falls. The pity timer. If you don't have a peanut allergy, peanut butter is great. I mean, I feel like that kind of is. I'm not saying everybody should go eat peanut butter. Obviously, if you're allergic to it, man. Yeah. Zealous, no, that's not how that works. Just because Canada is part of the Americas, like it's in North America, doesn't mean you can call it America. That's not how that works. They will fight you. They will fight you. I know a farmer, so I drove there and buy them from him for a whole month. It gives you a killer price. That's awesome. I don't know anybody where I am now that has their own chickens to be able to just get eggs from. Because in Holland, butter, anything that's called butter has to contain dairy. Oh, that makes sense. If peanut butter was not allowed. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But cheese seems... Calling it cheese seems... Like, to me, then I'm going, wait, but isn't cheese supposed to have dairy? But nowadays, no. I mean, they make vegan cheeses that don't have anything dairy in it at all. That makes sense. I think peanut butter spread would have been more what I would have gone for in a name, but you know, what do I know? Yeah, that's true. Head cheese is cow brains, so they use the term cheese liberally already. Pretty liberally as it stands. Yeah, I don't. I also have an issue with. I look. I get that there are things that get called milk, like soy milk. It's. Hmm. I is it or is it soy? It should. I feel like it should have been. If we could go back and rename things, let's be honest, folks. It should have been called soy juice, and it should have been called almond juice and oat juice. Milk, you get to me. Milk should be something that comes from a creature. Also, shouldn't be coconut milk. It should be coconut juice. I think milk, just define milk as something that comes from a living thing. Um, yeah, but we didn't. But we didn't, and now here we are. Now here we are with almond milk and soy milk and oat milk and coconut milk and. Can you milk a coconut? Apparently you can. I'm gonna go grab some peanut butter for all this talk. Good, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I now kind of want a peanut butter sandwich myself. Yeah, don't be confused. You know, you really want to get Canadians to fight. Just tell them it isn't a debate. Tell them it's a hockey match, just with words, and they're gonna throw hands. They're gonna throw. They're gonna grab your shirt. They're gonna pull it up over your head, and then they're gonna throw hands. And you're not gonna know what happened. I wouldn't even go with milk colored juice. That's just confusing. Well, it doesn't have to market test. I mean, it's again, if they had just done this from the beginning, it would have just been acceptable. If it doesn't lactate, no, if it doesn't lactate, it's juice, right? Like if it doesn't lactate, it's not milk, right? That's where I was going. Hey, Durkin Rider, good time to come in. Oh, milk. No, no, it's just white paint. Well, there was no market testing back when. I feel like there was no market testing back when some of this stuff got named, but it doesn't matter. All right, we got like 14 areas to go. We're shooting for 250. We're shooting for a tier 2 completion goal. We've got the damage. Are you bringing up the menu to see all champ items? So if I press C and I click equipment, then I can see everything that they have. Whereas if you go champions, you're seeing just champions. And then you have to click on a champion and then you see their equipment. But so if you're just looking for equipment, go to equipment. And this is all the tiers of their equipment. All that really matters is the highest rarity of every piece, though. Just to be clear. Pale hydrate. Oh, I can't do poutine. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you enjoy it, go for it. I'm never gonna take somebody's. I'm never gonna be like, oh, you shouldn't eat it because I don't like it. Like, no, you should eat it because I don't like it. Somebody's got to eat it. Might as well be you. Poutine is not my thing. Your menu where they all had color squares into them. I mean, I have this. This is champion search, and I can use it to look for gear rarities. Hover over them. But this is for finding champions. And I'm using it also. I'm using some of the filters to look at gear. You can use it for use it for a lot of things. So I'm just trying to filter. Like currently, my filter is show me any evergreen chance that has at least one green piece of gear. That is basically the rules I've given it. The evergreens that I own, and so there's only 2 champions left. That's how I'm tracking that kind of counter up there. Green cards left. I've only got 3 green cards left, and then nobody else can immigrate. No, that's not one. Wrong green card. Everyone can immigrate to Garawaria. That what I would call a country? No, I don't know that it would be. We have open borders. If I'm running a country, though. Hey, Onyx. I live close to the Mexican border, but I love foods that use French fries as the base with toppings. I do too. But yes, like you listed there, carne asada fries. Messy as hell, but let's go. Also, give me a good barbecue nachos. Look, nachos are great, and I think everybody knows nachos are great. But have you ever had barbecue nachos? Where instead of nacho cheese sauce, it's barbecue sauce because you got all kinds of barbecue meats and you're just shoving them into your. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good too. You can do barbecue fries like that way. Mm. Yep. Chili cheese fries, yeah. Mm-hmm. But when you put gravy on fry, I don't know why. Like cheese curds and gravy, I don't understand the cheese curds thing in the first place. Squeaky cheese curds, I don't get it. I've never been to Canada. I don't get it. I literally don't get it. I don't have a problem with people eating this. I'm just saying I just don't get it. But it doesn't look appealing to me. And that's fine. Everybody can eat what they want to eat. Consent in all things, including the food you eat. We'll try to run Split the Party 2. Nice. You got it. To run worst champions to start and let them get kicked. No, that isn't how that works. I have a guide for that. Death Javu. You need to assume that if you're putting them in, you might be stuck with them for the entire adventure. So you're trying to build functional things, but understand that you may lose someone and have a swap to replace them. You can't just assume they're going to get removed because you'll get stuck with the worst possible scenario. We didn't have politics. We're talking about food. I just said that if I had a country, because we're talking about green cards. I've got green cards left. I got 3 left. That if I had a country, if I ran a country, we would have open borders. I don't have a country that I'm running, so it's not really politics. Barbecue nachos, pulled pork, or wild. Yes. There used to be a barbecue place up the street. It's since been replaced with a seafood place, I think, or something else. I don't know. It's gone through a couple restaurants. But man, they had barbecue nachos and can we love or cure again? I mean, she's still the queen of debuffs. She's still got great healing when you need it, and sometimes you do need it. She's a great pairing with Krydle if you're going to Krydle tank to go super deep because she's a healer, so she's going to help him keep his dodge stacks. Thrack ain't going to do that for you. Yeah, Volo is on the do not allow in list for Garawaria. We're not calling it, though. We got to find another name. They're nacho fries. They're mine, exactly. Callahan, what would be your preference for a pushing team? Artemis? Nope. Dark Urge? Nope. Or Cass? I would go Cass. But look, I just personally, I don't like Artemis of the Dark Urge. Damage wise, Artemis is going to be, if you have the right team and a super heavy investment, Artemis is the best one. But Cass is the easiest of those to do and is going to have more damage than the Dark Urge. Dark Urge's strength is that he can go in any adventure or variant. His weakness is that he isn't necessarily that strong, like damage wise. Yeah, poutine is squeaky cheese curds, French fries, and gravy. I understand this, but I don't understand squeaky cheese curds. First off, and the second, I don't like gravy, so it's just not gonna be something I would choose to eat. Yes, I remember. Restaurant at the End of the Universe. Which part of me would you like? Yes, I'm going to go back and they're going to kill me and you can have whatever part of me you'd like to eat. They were very polite. It was all consensual. El Presidente Tropico style? Okay. I mean, that's a dictator. But, you know, let's be clear. El Presidente Tropico style means a dictator. Die, Kraken, die. Come on. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. We don't have Jarlaxle attacking from the back. We got it. We're getting there. I clicked through it. We got it. All right. Why are we not moving forward? Oh, you son of a... It bugged. God dang it, game. God dang it, game. I beat that fair and square. Boom, boom, boom. Garland? I don't know. So then everybody's gonna name their kids Judy. Gara had a country. The borders would only be open if people answer the entrance question correctly. Are dwarves amazing and is Volo a hack? Yeah, there are a couple tests there, but just like the Discord. Just like the Discord. I can't believe we have to do this again. Oh, bugs. Bugs. Sometimes when you kill a boss on a boss level, if you're unaware, folks, it can bug out in that gradient progress. That's what we ran into. Usually you only see it when you're dealing with like firing off ultimates to get through it for some reason. And like clicking, I don't know. If you're doing it AFK, you're fine, but getting more popular. Not with me. Basically, I'm trying to let my ultimate cooldowns come back, and then we'll try it again. I keep wishing they would make a modern version of Tropico 2 Pirate Isle. They're just not going to do it. And I get it. It's just not their jam anymore. I did get like the last Tropico that came out and played it. And there were a couple pirate themed ones, but it's like, I want a whole experience that's just a pirate experience. And then very few games deliver on that. We did play a game a while back. It's still kind of in development. I just got an email about it again too. Where's that? Oh no, where's that? Did I put it under the? I may have put it over here. Republic of Pirates. We played through that. It was pretty good. It definitely needs more, some more development, but it was a fun time. It was a fun time. But I feel like, sometimes games in development, when they choose like, here's our next big patch focus, like you can really just kind of, I don't know, kill interest in your game by choosing the wrong thing to be the next up on the list of what you're going to develop. And they chose new maps and stuff for free plays instead of like, I don't know, like developing the campaign more or something. I don't know. I was like, I don't care about that. I don't care about like a map editor and I can make my own maps. I don't. There's obviously people that do, but that killed my interest in that. Kind of like when we were playing Tavern Keeper, and it's like, hey, they just chose, instead of developing the story that is non-existent, they're like, we're gonna add multiplayer. Before you add a story? Oh, we're done. We finished it. We did 250. Yay! So we completed tier 2. That's all we needed to do. All we needed to do. Now the question is, can we go 350 areas with a bigger restriction? I don't know that we can. I don't know that we can. If I'm being honest, we're gonna see just how heavily restricted out we are here. We're gonna lose that seat. We'd get Eliwick back. The challenge here is we can't put our DPS up front. Our DPS has to be all the way back here. Like this. Good lord. Yeah. This is how it has to look. That doesn't even, yeah, we're just... Still gotta be tanky AF. Okay. Let's throw an hour down and we'll see. The damage we would need here, once I get this formation in, we'd be shooting for E95 damage. So once we get to 125 is the first area goal. If we get to 125, we'll get a look at what our damage is there. And we can maybe make it a call on whether we're gonna be able to do this or not. We just might not be able to. Now we did get some Sheila chests. We can pop those because she's green or better. There's a blue. There's a blue. And there's a blue and a dupe blue. Wow, rude. Rude. Okay, so what are we missing? Kind Heart, which is her main buff. Great. And then the Meekly Meeting is great. We'll kind of skip the ones that we kind of wanted, but 2 more gold chests. Well, 2 or 3 more gold chests and she'll be done. Well, done in the sense that we're just trying to get her to blue or better gear. Blue or better gear. But the next chest, it's going to give an epic guaranteed. And that epic might fall into blue, in which case we would need 3 chests instead of 2 to get us to full blue. Most unrelated. I'd like to have Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 2. I don't even know. I gotta go look it up. Here's the thing. I'm not usually a 40k fan. Well, let me look. Let me see what it is. Let me see what it is. The problem with 40k is there's no dwarves. No, this isn't the. I need to see. What's the actual gameplay look like? You're not showing me that in the trailer. Yeah, probably not. I think it's you know, I mean it looks neat, but it's not. I don't know. I don't get into the like. I played Warhammer 40k Space Marine because single player games are fun, but from that perspective, but that kind of game probably not. Like Total War Warhammer, because it was fantasy, I'm totally into. But if it had been Total War Warhammer 40k, I wouldn't have cared. And that seems more like what it's trying to be. I could be wrong, but. Tree of the year, huh? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean they've really expanded on how they do Warhammer games. Just I think there's certain experiences I'm looking for. So I enjoyed Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3. I played all 3. Even though the later ones, I mean, I played with a lot of the other races, like factions or whatever. But the dwarves were my favorite. I think followed up by the undead pirates, obviously, because pirates. And then the third one I had a real hard time getting into because there just wasn't a faction I really enjoyed. So it's like if any kind of Warhammer game, like I'm really looking like, can I play as a dwarf? If not, and then like if not, then I'm probably not interested. But even if I can play as a dwarf, like what exactly is the play style? Like how well does the game look? Like because like man, I remember when they were coming out with that D&D game that was supposed to be like Companions of the Hall, and you could play as them, and like they were promoting it, and I was just watching the promotions and watching how they kind of ignored Bruenor in every promo. Even though you're supposed to be play as every character, they never really talked about how you played as Bruenor. And then I was like, this is sketchy already. And then I saw an ad that was basically uh I guess Joe Manganiello or whatever his name is. I can never get his name right. Manganiello um was voicing one of the bad guys, and they had an ad on social media, like a post on social media that was like, he's cooler than Dritz. And I was like, boy, you just pissed off like the core uh, people in your game. Like the people that are going to be buying this game are people who like Dritz and the Companions of the Hall, and you're just telling them that like some dude from our world is cooler than him. Like, no, no, no. The people that are making this game don't know what they're doing. And then and so I stopped following it, whatever, and then I watched, and it looks like it absolutely just nosedived and was a horrible game. And I'm like, yeah, well, I saw that coming. Like, you can tell when they just don't respect the material at all. Well, they don't even understand the material, really, which was clear with that post going out. Man. And so, there was a while where Games Workshop really controlled, like, really had a stranglehold, honestly, on any and all Warhammer games, Warhammer related games. And then they kind of unleashed the beast and just kind of started licensing it to everyone. And at that point, man, there's a lot of Warhammer games out there and a lot of different styles and genres, and they're not necessarily all good, but I will hand it to them. I think it was a better situation than what it was before, where you just weren't getting anything. And so when you did get something, if it wasn't good, it just hurt. I'm a fan of like, hey, look, let them fight. Like, make lots of things in a genre, like in an IP, and some people are gonna like it, some aren't, and you'll figure out who's good at making stuff there or not, and just deal with it, rather than we're only gonna allow a little bit of drip of IP every so often. No, screw that. Screw that. Still haven't played Warhammer Total War 3. It seemed really buggy on release. I mean, well, it released years ago, so it should be fine. I mean, I didn't have any issues, but that doesn't mean it wasn't buggy for people. I just think a lot of times bugs come down to like the system you're playing it on. Forgot about the trees. Tree of the year. Definitely isn't a tree of the year a couple years ago. Definitely wasn't the one that fell on my house. My favorite genre or series? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know how to approach answering that question. I'd like to say role-playing games, but that isn't necessarily... I mean, I definitely enjoy them, but I don't know that holds true. My favorite game of all time is Tunic. I will say that. I can say that. I get the Tunic. If you think it's just like a Zelda knockoff because the fox wears a green tunic, it is not, and you should, and it is amazing. And I will always encourage people to go buy it and play it. And no, I won't explain it to you. And no, you shouldn't go look it up. It is one of those games where you want to come in not knowing anything, because it actually makes the experience so much better. Like, that's part of the game, is as you're progressing, you learn more, and the game changes as you go along. And yeah. So good. I have my playthrough of it up on YouTube, but I only tell people to watch that if they know it's not a game they're going to play, but they want to see what the big deal is. So I don't know. Idle is not my main thing. It's just right now, Idle Champions is the game I create content for. There aren't any other Idle games I really play. I don't really like the other Idle games out there for the most part. I will say I really enjoy some cozy games. I've really been getting into cozy games as a genre. Um, yeah, I've really been enjoying cozy games as a genre. Uh, but like RPGs were the first ones that I mean, I liked video games generally speaking, but man, when Final Fantasy came out, it had my attention. Uh, we played through all of I did the Final Fantasy remasters, pixel remasters all on stream in the past year. But I don't know. I mean, obviously, I like role playing games, but that doesn't necessarily have to be like you can get a little again like peanut butter in your chocolate. You can have some role playing in all kinds of different games. Um, like a lot of a lot of genres are blurring their lines, and I think that's good. I think we're getting some neat games out of it. Roguelites. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying like some roguelite stuff. Um, Man, I did another Crab's Treasure. That was neat. It was rough, but it was neat. Then I'll play games like Dave the Diver. Like, what do we even call that? Is it a platformer? Would that be what you call Dave the Diver? I don't even know. Dredge. What's Dredge? Like, so I think there's a lot of games out there that I don't know. I like good games, and genre isn't necessarily a requirement. There's some games I just don't like generally, and that's most of the time I stay away from first person shooters. It's just not my thing. But if you cross them correctly with role playing, I'm in. Which like Mass Effect, right? Yeah, it's difficult for me to say. Difficult to define. I don't do a lot of RTS games. I will say that. I don't do a lot of RTS games. There was a time where Command and Conquer was heavily played. I also don't do a lot of sim games, but again, there was a time where like Roller Coaster Tycoon was heavily played. Sim City back in the day, Tropico 2, like all over the place. All over the place. Might be ADHD brains, but I couldn't get into it. Tunic? It's I was talking to somebody the other day who's kind of saying the same thing. It's you it's a I think you kind of have to like puzzles and exploring without your hand being held. Yeah. And at times, yeah, it's rough because like the language used in the game is not a real language and it never translates, but you can translate it. Like you can learn that language. Lurking Rider did that for me. Other people in chat learned the language, so I didn't have to. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I love it. I love it. Assuming you played Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yeah. I did 3 playthroughs. I did a Garwar Grudgekeeper playthrough. That's my dwarf. My main dwarf. I did that one online. Offline I did a Bandy playthrough. Bandy is another dwarf. I played him on TTRPG streams. He's my dwarven finger waggler, which means wizard, but he's actually a thief. Like he just isn't specced into it. He's a thief by necessity, not by training. And then I did an online playthrough Dark Urge, where Dark Urge was John Wick. It was a John Wick playthrough. So we did a human monk, basically. But I still want to play a Carlock playthrough. Cozy games? Explain, please. So cozy games are a genre that's popped up I think the most kind of one of the most well knowns is Stardew Valley. Um, but it wasn't like the first. There were other cozy games before that, and the kind of cozy as a genre is defined as like there's a lot of sim stuff to it. Usually, like there's some farming or some crafting or stuff, and like decorating. But there can also be combat. But the key about it is that the combat never makes you feel like you're in danger or your progress is in danger. Like if you fail, like it's kind of there, and it's not meant to be incredibly difficult. It's just meant to be another feature of it. So like one of the ones that we played that I really kind of was like, okay, now I'm kind of a cozy game person, was Graveyard Keeper, which people called Star Dead Valley, basically, where you run a graveyard, you run a cemetery, um, and you got to fix it up, but then you got to grow food, and you got a little farm next to you, and then you got to make, like, when people die, you've got to go bury them, and then you can upgrade your graveyard, but then you also have to upgrade the church that goes with it. But then suddenly you're bringing the dead back to life to work as undead, unpaid servants for you. So there's some necromancy in it. That's the automation part. And it has a good story, I think. Yeah, so there's a lot going on. Like it's just cozy. Like you never feel like you're stressed out. The music is usually just super chill and enjoyable. The graphics span. There's all kinds of different graphics for cozy games. But yeah, it's not like, you don't need to be like a super amazing combat player to play them if they have any combat at all. There's usually some kind of management thing going on where you're making money. Like in that, when you end up managing a tavern, and you're doing a lot of stuff. In fact, actually, I would say Dave the Diver is kind of on the edge of a cozy game. It's got some cozy to it. It's got a little bit of cozy to it, not a lot, because it's actually kind of, because you can automate. There's the tavern operation. There's a little, maybe that's one of the things, but Dave the Diver isn't really, you can't really pin it down into any one thing. Yeah, so Graveyard Keeper was fun. That's why I was trying Tavern Keeper. It was not. There's just no story there, and that just annoys me. I think they've got an okay cozy loop going on. I was enjoying myself up until the point where I realized, I kept thinking, oh, at some point I'm going to unlock the rest of this story. And then I looked online, and they're like, there is no story. And I was like, son of a, like, what? I felt so bad. They tricked me. I gotta have a story, or I don't. Or why am I playing? I like stories, even if sometimes I'm not paying attention to the story. Like in Idle Champions, for a long time I paid attention to the story, and then I just kind of stopped. But roguelites, yes. Roguelikes, it depends. I don't know that I'm great on telling you the difference between the two. Well, Dave the Diver and Dredge, fun, yeah. I like fun games, but fun is, as we all know, is subjective. Fallout. I've played Fallout 4. That was the first Fallout I played, but that has combat that is like, that's a survival. To me, that's a survival, like an action survival, like FPS, like first person shooter type game. Definitely not cozy. Definitely not cozy. I think that falls more into this, probably what is now referred to as survival. Like you get a base builder mode, and I don't know. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not good on that franchise. I only played one game in it. What I don't like about RTS games is that a lot of them nowadays are built around multiplayer. Like competitive multiplayer, and I don't give a shit. I want a story. And so back in the day, you played Command and Conquer because it had a pretty cool story, and it walked you through, and you just played against the other people. And sure, you could play against another person. I always hated that. So yeah. So I mean, you know, if an RTS, like I'll play RTS stuff if it's got a story, but I won't go play any of the multiplayer stuff. I've tried some. It's just some of the RTS stuff just doesn't hook me. Like even when it's got a story, sometimes I just don't care. Yeah. But that's where like it's a Total War Warhammer. I was in. Look, dwarves expanding across territories. I'm in. Let me just expand my dwarven kingdom, please. Across the world. Let's go. But when it came to the battles, like I would rather automate, like simulate them. I didn't want to actively play them out. I would get strong enough that I could simulate and win, and then I would just move on. Yeah. With 4 hours of a stream learning to translate the runes in Tunic, only to find out after Gar finished the game that people had already translated every single one in the entire game. Yeah, I mean, you can get the language online, but part of the fun is, like, for some people, is figuring that out. Cozy games are the mashed potatoes and mac and cheese of the video game world. Yeah, they're cozy. Like, this gives me a warm feeling in my tummy. Someone else feel like we need less crafting? Depends on the game. I will say it depends on the game. We're in the E60s here, folks. We need E95. Wow. Feel like we've got a shot. So we're gonna try. We're gonna try it. We gotta find out. We gotta find out how much power we actually have. So we're gonna give it a shot. Unpaid undead cemetery workers. They're taking our jobs. Well, look, nobody wanted to work, so that wasn't an issue. In the storyline, there was a whole anarchy thing, donkey anarchy. The donkeys and the rats were trying to get together to overthrow capitalism. I threw myself behind that. I encouraged them as much as I could. The non-diving sections of Dave the Diver are cozy. Here's the thing. So that combat in Dave the Diver, for most of it, there are some of the boss fights that are like, so it's not entirely cozy. But a lot of the swimming and like diving around stuff, I didn't find that bad. But yeah, crafting can be hit or miss. Crafting in games can be hit or miss. Like it has to really serve a purpose. It has to be somewhat balanced, right? Like cost of resources versus what you're getting out of it. Like there were games I remember there were whole crafting systems in the game, and I played the entire game without ever interacting with the crafting system. That's where you know that you just added a crafting system to have one. Because what was it doing the whole time? Like why is it there if I didn't need it at all, right? You really gotta. I'm a big fan of integrating crafting into the core game loop. And also, in MMOs, I prefer crafting based economies as opposed to loot based economies. That is not where most of the genre went, I feel like. But it is what it is. Roguelikes have full reset each game. Okay, I have played some of those then. Yes. Roguelites have progression outside of each event and road. That's what I prefer. That's what I prefer. There's an argument that Idle Champions has some is a bit roguelite, right? I have played roguelikes. I played what is oh no, what was it called? I gotta look it up again. There's one S. Sunless Sea. Where you're like in an underground sea and you're a sea captain and things get strange and then you die. And then it's, oh, you're the son of the last captain or whatever. Yeah. Oh, and we kind of did. That's kind of how. What was the death game we played? Not Death's Door, the other one. Have a good death. What was it? Was it something like that, right? What was that one called, folks? Where your death, the person, and you're running death of the business. Oh no. Was it on? It was probably on it. Have a Nice Death. That's what it's called. Have a Nice Death. I mean, you basically had to do your run and you were going as far as you could, and then you die, and then you have to start over from scratch. But I mean, you were still that person though, so that was a bit roguelite with roguelike, maybe. They got a little of both of them in there. That was a fun game, I thought. If you haven't played Have a Nice Death and you're into roguelites or roguelikes, check it. Content warning: death, and not just death, but really the big content warning is working in a job that feels like death. Like you just don't want to work. Like it's just a horrible job environment. That game is basically like Office Space the game. but the office is Death Incorporated. Yeah. Does chess need a storyline? Pong isn't a good game. Let's be honest. Chess is a strategy game. The story is that it's training for combat. Like that was training. They use that to train leaders for war. That's what they're doing. If that's what chess is about. But do all games need stories? No. But I like games with stories. I don't necessarily. I'm not going around playing Pong. I'm not playing checkers. I used to play chess. I don't anymore. I mean, things like that and Go and Moncala, yeah, they're fun, but add a story, and like for video games, I want to have more of a story and not just I'm clicking on stuff. Otherwise, if you're just clicking on stuff, that's less to me. It's I don't know. It just depends. There's a lot of time waster games that you just click on stuff, but then there's puzzle games. Like arguably puzzle games don't necessarily need a story. But that doesn't mean they can't be made better with one. I feel like Tunic meant like Hob. Huh. I don't know that I've ever heard of that. Presented without text or dialogue. Wow. I mean, that's kind of how Tunic worked. Solve puzzles. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Why aren't you? Come on, work. Well, it's currently 80% off during the spring sale. Might have to pick that up just to see. It's like $4 right now, US. Might be worth $4 to try it out. Flight sims back in the day. I remember like playing a flight sim once or twice and being like, yeah, I can see why people would get into this and then not doing it again. That happens a lot. Did I play Return to Moria? No. It is dwarven centric, but it's in the survival game genre. To me, I feel like that's correct. And I haven't found one of those, even that one that seems like it's something I care about. I don't know. Have I met the Monster Hunter? Oh, he's asking somebody else. I've never played any of the Monster Hunter games, but I was watching somebody play one of the newest one, and I can see why people get into that one, like get into those games. I saw that game Dwarf. I've seen it before. I don't know. Some of that stuff just doesn't. I don't know. Just because it has dwarves in it doesn't mean I'm going to love it. What I've found. Which is fair, right? I'm kidding. Have a nice death based on your recommendation, and then it's half off. And then it's half off. Yeah, looks really good. I had a blast. Playing Have a Nice Death. Absolute blast. That doesn't mean everybody will, but there were definitely times where I was like, oh god, oh this hits. Like some of the comments about like work life stuff, and just I was like, oh that's getting kind of hard. All right, we are running into issues here already at 187 on the radio dial. I think the challenge we're going to have here is I think I don't have enough favor to do tier 2. I think we potentially have the power if we had the favor to back it up. Because we got to go to 350, and we're already having survivability issues on Nayeli at 190, basically, in the 180s. They're geese, to be fair. Geese are just destructive. Well, Office Space is a fantastic movie. Yeah. How is Bola this strong? I don't know. It feels like they basically set out to just to make me mad that not only did they not put Garwar in the game, they put Volo in and made him really good. Yeah, that's what I always have to stop myself from saying, Dromaro. Every time. Every time. Deep Rock Galactic. So the original Deep Rock Galactic I was not a fan of. But Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, we played the hell out of on this stream. Yeah. Okay, so we're at 192. So I need favor. So I should have done a favor run. in a free play with all my newfound power, and I didn't. This is one thing you got to know. Like, I came in with enough favor for tier 1, but not necessarily for tier 2. All right. So I think we just rock out the tier 1 of this as well for now. Just to get more Sheila chests. That's what we're really trying to do, is just get Sheila some chests. Get her some gear. The rest of this layout matters. This is going to be slow going though, because this is the one where you can only kill things if they've been debuffed. If they've been debuffed. Which is super annoying. I get why they do it, but it is super annoying. So this is going to take an hour long potion. Let's go open that Sheila chest. Epic. Kind heart. That was great. That's kind of where we needed it, because that was one of the greens we had. So, and that's her main buff, so that'll be good. That'll be good. How many? Oh, I need like 7 more gems to get a couple gold chests. But yeah, I like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I had a blast with that. I look forward to them adding more content to that in the future. Look forward to seeing Gar stream the full version of the game with the funky car physics and delivery company. That was Deliver at All Costs, what that was called. Yeah, we played the demo for that. It was a solidly complete, like, there was a lot going on in that demo. And you could just roam around and do stuff and not even do the missions. So kudos to them on a good demo. Had my shield up with 2,200 reagents, which gets them 5 at a time. Enjoy. I don't know. I wouldn't be complaining if I got them. Enjoy. Son of alt counts as debuff? That's interesting. Yeah, I looked at other games like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, and because I was trying to find something else that was also kind of like in that genre. Like kind of what I call bullet hell type games. I did not like the look of the others. I'm sure the gameplay I can be a snob on graphics at times. I know this about myself. So I just couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into the graphics in the others. I'll be honest, I mean, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, one of the big draws was it's dwarves. It's dwarf doing dwarf stuff. They're mining and they're killing. And when they get back home, they're eating and they're drinking. Like, it's just dwarf stuff. Hashtag just dwarf stuff. So, yeah, then almost done with green cards. Yeah, look at that. 3 left. In fact, here we're gonna go pop 2 right now. Maybe. We're gonna knock 2 off the list. There's 1. And there's 2. All right, so we got 1 left. Oh, that's the wrong one. 1 left. And it's on Tyrell. Tyrell the Lone Survivor. Death must die after Deep Rock Survivors? I feel like I looked at that one. Yeah, I don't know. I did look at that one. Like, there's two things to it. The graphics don't make me super happy. And then, I guess the story, it just isn't my thing. I really feel like the main reason I like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor was dwarves. Dwarves doing dwarf stuff. They did dwarves very well. I like games that do dwarves very well. But I don't like all dwarf games. Like Mars gifted me a Dwarven Fortress when it kind of came out, when it finally kind of re-released itself in its kind of newest incarnation. And I tried playing for a while, and I was like, oh wow, it's super deep and complex. But then one day, a rock, not a rock that you mine, but a rock that flies through the air and is enormous, came through and picked up the dwarven children and dropped them to their deaths, and I could do nothing about it. And I was like, no, I'm not here to play a game that's basically traumatizing me by making me watch this rock kill my kids, and I can do nothing about it. Like, yes, I know you can build defenses up so they can't do it in the first place, but at that point I'm already traumatized, and it doesn't matter. And that game doesn't come with therapy, so I was like, no, I'm out. I literally stopped playing right after that. Yeah, there isn't another one that has the polish kind of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Yep. Yeah, the Automod's gonna kill that Nethless, but that's, yeah. It's a rock. ROC. The giant flying jerk. Yeah. It'll pick up anybody. But the problem is it was picking up the kids. Dropping them. I was like, no. Yeah. A big burb, yeah. The big burb. But a flying bowler, no. That's why I said it's not a rock that you mine. It's a kind of rock that flies in the air, which is ROC. Gets better, you can traumatize the other children by having them retrieve the dead bodies, and they grow up to be disturbed criminals. Yeah, there's a bit too much reality in that game. There's a point where a game is just a life simulator, and look, I'm not enjoying the current life simulator I'm playing. Why would I play another? It's just as traumatic. That doesn't make any sense. Your therapy? No, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. It's a giant flying rock. I thought you initially meant the asteroid kind now. Who knows? Maybe if you play long enough in that game, an asteroid will just come and destroy the planet. I don't know. I mean, it feels like that's just on par with their simulation. Time to return to War Tales? No, that's also worse. Again, War Tales, the gameplay mechanics I thought were neat. The story was absolutely not unacceptable. I know you can't introduce a storyline. I won't play a storyline where it's basically like, hey, slaves exist in this universe and you can do nothing about it. In fact, you have to interact with people that use slaves. No. The interacting I want to do with people who use slaves and take people as slaves is kill them. And if the game doesn't allow me to do that, then that's not okay. I want to kill them and free all the slaves. That's the game I want to play. In fact, I think it's just better if you just don't have slaves in the first place. It's a fantasy game. That doesn't have to be a thing. Just let's not. Let's not. Yeah, I want to kill the slave owners. No, I want to kill the people who are enslaving other people and let the slaves go. That's what I would if it's gonna be in the game, you got to give me that option. Even if it's then, well, now you're fighting against the whole world. Fuck it, I'll fight the world. Let's go. Like, bring it on. But that's give. I need that has to be an option. War Tales was just like, no, there's slaves exist and you just have to live with it. It's a dark world. No, fuck that. Guess what? It's a dark game because I turned it off. My hearing is so off. Well, it could just be me and my enunciation. Who knows? Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh man, we need so many. We need like we have one more gold chest we need to open. We either need to loot it or scoot it. No, loot it or buy it. Oh, speed potion. And we just kind of need to keep 10 silvers now, right? Yeah. We just need one time gate piece for Mert. But we're going to wait 5 days for that. I wouldn't say he was a pioneer of human rights just because he killed somebody that killed his slaves. I just want to be clear. Zealous. That just means he's mad that somebody killed his investment. So, unless there's more to that story. My hearing aids were set on low. Got to put it back to normal because the in-laws were here. Wow. Okay, that explains it. Oh boy. Let's hope they're not watching. He pushed the notion they were human and not just property. All right, but he still owns slaves. I don't know. Again, we had this conversation the other day when we were talking about alignments, like, and how alignments in D&D don't make any aren't necessary anymore because you're never just one thing. Because good people can do evil things sometimes, and evil people can do good things sometimes, and it doesn't change the fact that they're either good or evil. There's still those things. Now, the problem we're running into here is we can't debuff fast enough. Yeah, we've got to use her ultimate, but her ultimate is on like a 5-minute timer. Or and stick with me here. Or we switch over. I know we didn't necessarily get them the normal way, but we can bring in Gale. Gale's got an AoE debuff. I think that's kind of what has to happen here. I think this has to become, they have to become Gale. Waterdeep. Gale comes back here. Evocation. And everybody dies. This is not the layout that I really want now, though. I want more like this. Yeah. Lose Niallie's buff, but that's okay. Yeah, now we've got AoE debuff off wherever Gale actually attacks. Multiple debuffers. Do you have a gold Gale chest? Is he? Yeah, he's in greens. We can open his chest, I guess. Didn't get that from the giveaway. A blue and a purple, but it's the same card. Oh, this is what I'm telling you, folks. Oh, I gotta get this. These chests will screw you. This should have gone to 2 different items. Instead, we get the green to blue upgrade and the blue to purple upgrade in the same chest. In the same chest. What, Gale debuff? Gale's a debuffer. His base attack affects, gives you the affliction of Netherese Orb. So the first time Gale damages an enemy, they take more damage from all subsequent attacks. That's a debuff. But then what I did is I went Evocation, which makes his base attack be a small AoE. So when the enemies start building up like this, if he targets that group, all of them get debuffed and they can all die immediately. So AoE debuff. It's the only other option I had to speed this up. So mad. So mad. But whatever. Can't believe that both went on the same card. It's not really. That's not how it couldn't even work. Look, every evil person thinks they're the hero in their own story, but that doesn't mean that they're a good person. You can objectively look at good and evil. Like I was saying, it's selflessness versus selfishness. You can look at their actions. Just because someone can't see it in themselves doesn't mean that it isn't objectively thing. Now that's still not okay. That's still slavery. Slavery still exists to this day. It should all go away. I have no problem saying that. Yeah. Yeah, no, death Javu, that's exactly what happened. It didn't get abolished, it just got moved into prisons and overseas where you don't have to look at it. Yeah, and actually there's still some in the United States to this day. And human trafficking, right? That's just another form of slavery. Just got a different name. They gave it a different name. But yeah, this is not really the topic of discussion for the stream, and that wasn't what the whole point was. I was saying I don't play games that have that storyline in it. Not that I want to have a discussion about this in my chat, right? If I don't want to deal with it in a video game, I shouldn't be talking about it in chat either. You say objectively, but it's a subjective parameter. No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't understand. Selfless actions and selfish actions are objective from any outwards observer. I don't want to get into this again. We had this whole thing about alignments, and this is why alignment doesn't matter anymore. None of that matters. I don't even want to have the discussion. It is not enjoyable for me to sit here and try to have a logic debate about what is objective and what is subjective. That's not enjoyable. My favorite cheese? I'm not a huge. I grew up kind of having a milk allergy, and I don't know that it ever went away. I think I'd just gotten used to being a certain level of sick all the time. Uh, I mean, I have to kind of say whatever comes on my pizza or whatever goes on the top of my taco or in my burrito. If I'm eating just cheese, I never just eat just cheese on its own. And when I do have like cheese and crackers or like cheese and Triscuits, I'm usually having summer sausage with it, and then it's an extra sharp cheddar. Squirrel. What? Squirrel. Uh, but I don't do like lots of other cheeses. I don't know. Yeah. Some of it I'm just like, Like I don't understand the fascination with smelly cheeses. I'm like, if it smells bad, it's gone bad, and I don't want to eat it. But other people can eat it. Other people can eat it. I don't know, Dramar. That sounds unbelievable. That was just for the pun. It was just for the pun. Cheese is milk gone bad. I mean, kind of. It is interesting how we made all kinds of food that based off how milk started going bad. It's not just cheese, like cottage cheese, regular cheese. And it's like some of it's even like, look, it's got mold all over it. What? You're not supposed to eat that, but it's delicious. Well, then what alignment is cheese? Depends on the cheese, right? Some can be neutral Gouda. Huh? Lawful neutral or chaotic Gouda? Huh? Huh? Yeah. uh. How's the American Cheese Mountain? I think you mean the American Cheese Caves. Although it might be in a mountain now. I thought originally they were in natural caves in the Midwest, but they may have been moved to a mountain. The cave's in a mountain. I don't know. I haven't followed that. But for a very, very long time, some of the best cheese you could get was what was called government cheese, which is basically what you got if you were on government subsidies and you were getting boxes of food. They'd give you this huge block of cheese. Because basically the United States government subsidized, if you don't know about this, they subsidized cheese so much because they subsidized dairy farmers so much that there was an overabundance of milk. So then they turned it into cheese, and then they stored it in natural caves in the Midwest. And there was just there was enormous, there may still exist, enormous cheese stockpile. And so then they had all this cheese, and they're like, "What do we do with it?" Well, we're giving out all of this stuff for welfare, like subsidies. Let's just throw cheese in with it. And thus you got what got called government cheese. It was actually really good cheese because it wasn't like they were going to make garbage cheese. They made really good American cheese with it. I don't know if it was American cheddar, whatever, but it was good stuff. Better than what you could, well, that was the inexpensive cheese in stores, which was hilarious. Yeah, chat's getting cheesy. Chat's getting real cheesy. I love those Cheez-Its commercials where the cheeses weren't mature enough to be used for the crackers. That's funny. I do remember those. That's been a long time, but I do remember those. Government cheese and powdered milk. Yeah. Well, I don't know. When you say that's better than all the corn subsidies, I don't know that there's a better in this situation. If I'm being honest, I don't know that it's healthy to subsidize. Like, I feel like the only healthy subsidies are when you're trying to help new technologies that are beneficial to people exist in the first place, and they're just trying to get their foot in the door. I get those kinds of subsidies, but when it's like just long-term subsidies of things that are global businesses, that seems to be just problematic across the board. But what do I know? I'm not an economist, but then again, look at where the economists got us. So why did oh, you put a link in later. I was like, why did Moobot delete your stuff? And it's because you put a link in. I get it. What you get for putting a link in without paying your monthly dues. The VIP club. Well, I'm trying to use a spec with the little clickers. Familiars. If I can get more than 33. Well, you can have 13 down here. You can have 10 right here, so that's 23. You can have 4 up here, that's 7. You have 6 up here, that's 33. You can have 1 right here on auto progress, that's 34. And then technically, you could have 1 on all of these, but it would spend your potions, which is kind of a bad idea. So 34 is the base functionality out here. So 13 down here, 10, 4, 6, 1. And then if you're willing to spend potions, you can add more. Why are we putting links to YouTube videos in chat?
Why is filing?
I don't need. Yeah. I have to then click on it to look and make sure it's an appropriate link, but. Funny, fondue. When I grew up, fondue was not cheese. Which is weird. I didn't grow up with cheese fondue. I grew up with a fondue that was an oil fondue. Like, it was oil, a cooking oil in a heated pan, and you dipped meats and things in it to cook, and then pulled it out and ate it. But now fondue it's a pot of cheese or chocolate, and you're dipping things into it and eating it. And I get it, but man, that's not the fondue. Every time I hear fondue, I'm like, I don't know that I've ever seen again the fondue that I grew up with. And so it doesn't sound like your fondue, but it sounds like my fondue because that's what I grew up with, right? What? Hold on. The what now? What did you just call me? No, it didn't. This has a lot of stuff in it. That sounds neat. Not gonna lie. But no, this was just, this didn't have anything else in it. It was literally just, what was in the pot was literally just hot oil. It was like a cooking oil. You were literally just kind of cooking meats in a, I don't, okay, hold on. Let me, yeah, it's just meat fondue. So I'm not losing my mind. There was just a meat fondue. Yeah, this is exactly, yeah. Late 80s, early 90s, yes. So basically you would just, they would chop up different kinds of raw meat. And it would be served out, and then you would dip it in with vegetables or whatever, and you cook it in the oil at your table. That was it. That was what you did. I wasn't losing my mind. This was the thing. Good. I'm glad that I see that somebody, there's at least one other white person out there in the United States that knew what I was talking about. Posted it on the internet. Vlees fondue? I gotta go look that up now. Hold on. I won't even. It's now everything is in a different language. Okay. But it looks right in the pictures. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know what that translates to in English, but that is correct. Cheese was the Swiss version, and there, yeah, and then chocolate became a thing. Fondue is a Swiss dish of melted. Well, one version of fondue is a Swiss dish of melted cheese and wine served in a communal pot. Yeah, and that's what I've heard. You know, that's when everybody talks about fondue nowadays. It seems like that's what I hear about. But I never hear about the meat fondue that I grew up with. I don't think I've ever had the cheese fondue. Asian cuisines had the meat and soup fondue. I mean, that could be where we learned from it about it from. I don't know. Cheese fondue is a creation of the American government. To get rid of all their cheese, yes. Oh. This isn't the Mahen that I remember. No, Mahen is now way better. He's a better buffer, and he's a huge gold find generator. He's got a build around, like he has certain build arounds that you have to open up his thing. He wants like certain placements and certain champions and certain placements, and if you build it right, he's huge. Yeah, he got a good rework. The Dutch name, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't recognize any of these words, but that's it. Pictures were definitely it. So that's all well and good about fondue, but what about fondant? Fondant is where you dip it in mayonnaise, in hot mayonnaise, in a bowl full of in a thing full of hot mayonnaise. That's the fondant. Fondue is meat and oil, cheese, chocolate, soup broth. Fondant, hot mayo. Hot mayo, just superheated mayonnaise. Fondue, there's means melted in French. In the meat version, there's nothing melted. I'm just telling you, it was a thing when I was growing up, and I'm validated. I looked it up on the internet. The internet said I was right. Even people in chat said I'm right. What was melted? The oil, I guess. I don't know. It was literally just hot oil. And you just cooked it. But it was kind of neat because look, put it this way. You know, as a kid growing up who didn't necessarily like my meat cooked to the same rarity as other people in the household, you get to cook your own meat to however you want. And then, you know, and eat it. You have it your way is basically what it was. And that wasn't a thing that I could have any other time. It was always like, well, however my parents cooked it is how I got to eat it. But with fondue, I was in control. See, cheese like this is what Dob is actually doing. He thinks gold is cheese, and he's throwing it in a lake to try to create a gigantic fondue, a lake of cheese that you can have fondue in. That's what's going on. Growing up in the Midwest, and that's where I was. My mom would use their fondue pot to heat garlicly oil, and we would cook meat, potatoes, and bread chunks in it. Sure, with the little forks. Yeah, absolutely. And the little sticks, and there were little colors on the end, so you knew which color was yours. Yeah. Which stick is yours that's cooking meat in it? Yeah. No, we didn't do bread. There probably were vegetables. I just didn't eat vegetables, so I just ate lots of the meat. Anytime I could avoid eating vegetables, I did. Yeah, no, I saw that thing where it's oil, but then there's other stuff in it, garlic, anchovies, and stuff, and that sounds, yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe not the anchovies, but but cook some and garlic, and I'm in. Yeah, just don't try to cook your meat in fondant. Yes. Oh. We're gonna have a cheese fondant. No. Oh my god. But now this whole conversation. There's different kinds of fondue. I get that. I know. I want there to be a cheese baron Dob skin where he's throwing cheese in a lake to create a giant lake of cheese. Yeah, hot pots to me are you throw a lot of things in together in a pot, cook it. And usually I see that, again, I don't know that that's the thing, but usually I see that with like seafood hot pots. I don't know that I've ever seen anything other than seafood in a hot pot. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I haven't run into it. Oh boy. Are we gonna can we auto kill this? I don't think we can. Can we even? There we go. We got an ultimate. All right. Egbert's deity is La Vache Mauve. That might be where the cheese comes from. And that Dom is stealing. Fondue dimension. That sounds sticky. Yeah, the whole longest running hot pot thing is more. That's that kind of like those stews, like those perpetual stews or soups, and I guess they're doing that with a hot pot where you just throw whatever's in there, and then you leave whatever's still cooking it, like whatever's left over in, and then you never fully emptied it, and then you just add more. Yeah, I'm not down for that, but apparently people enjoy that. Yeah, Dromaro. Yeah, perpetual stew. Yeah, they used to do that in like taverns and stuff because you had to have food available 24/7 in case somebody stopped by, and then you just never take that pot off the thing. You just keep adding more to it. Yeah, scrape the sides. Scrape the sides off. Scrape all the gunk off the sides. It goes right back in. Adds more flavor. No. No. I don't know what you're trying to finish, Nathalis, but figure it out. How many gems? I didn't get enough gems. Just not enough gems. I wanted one more. We got one more. Freaking one more blue. And I can't get rid of it. Well, we did scavenge an Electrum. Maybe we'll get lucky. Nope. $15.99 for Gale. Boss hits you once and went full HP. So is Gale's? I don't remember. Is Gale's? Is Gale's the tentacle, the adolescent kraken? It's you got a fire breath potion with familiars out. If it's the adolescent kraken, you got a fire breath potion with familiars out to keep the tentacles dead. Because there's a vampiric tentacle and a smashing tentacle. The smashing one hits the whole party. The vampiric one, when it attacks, it heals the boss. Oh, it's a giant brain. Same concept. The brain one is the same concept. So it's gonna have things that heal and things that attack the whole party. So you just gotta pop a fire breath potion to keep them killed. And yeah, you can't click with familiars because familiars are gonna click like the endless stream of enemies. But you got to click on the tentacles to have them killed, so that your champions can then kill the brain. The restaurants around the used to be the same for decades. I hope not. That seems like a bad idea. Narf. Point. Let's see. I still have my Pinky in the Brain piggy bank, and I do. It's over on the shelf. Yeah, in today, we went from needing a bunch of blues on our core and evergreens to just only need one. Things are moving along quickly. Unfortunately, we're not going to finish this run 175. We got 60 something areas to go on stream, but we'll be back tomorrow picking up where we left off. So this is the last one for Sheila that we need. So we'll have completed tier 1 for Sheila. And then I think what we need to do is a deep run for favor in the event. Because we're clearly, I think we could have gone a lot further. I think we could have, there was a chance, saying there's a chance we could have done another adventure for Sheila if we had been able to go deeper. If we had more favor. I think doing a favor run, considering we have E22 Kellamvor's favor and only E09 Umberlee's, we can probably get some serious Umberlee's favor. A shot at tier 4 this event. Nice, Sargota. Clicking it myself did the trick, yeah. Yeah, figuring out, what exactly is killing you is the issue. Like, where do the heals come from? Where's the damage coming from? And then once you negate those issues, you're fine. But yeah, this event with the Adolescent Kraken has the same issue. So the other one is the Elder Brain, but they function kind of the same way. Desmond's third variant was bud spiking. Yeah, I did that on the main account. So on my main account, everything is, I flexed Orkira and Gale, who I'd always done tier 4 on, just so that I could get them more item levels. So I didn't have to actually do anything. But I did Desmond, and I completed all his stuff with bud spiking. I just had to find the right party to get me, again, it's like E429 or higher DPS. Once you get there, you can push all the way through on Desmond's. So tomorrow we'll continue this playthrough. Friday, thank God it's Friday. We're going to continue playing Detective Grimoire so that we won't have Idle Champions up. Idle Champions after tomorrow. Idle Champions will be back on Monday. I just got to remember to log into the game every day over the weekend to claim my daily reward. I want to miss out on that sweet platinum. On this weekend, nice. Be safe. Have a good time. Desmond becomes a werewolf. Yes, that's the ultimate. That's why his mechanic is based around the full moon. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean we have plenty of damage here. Hold on. Oh no. I closed that tab. Oh no. Oh no. Nope, that's fondue. Nope. Where did Sheila go? No, I don't. No, stop it. There it is. Oh yeah. We're just gonna do tier 1. It's just E48. We got this. We got this. It was like opening up every tab that I closed, and I forgot how many I had opened since we did that. Get stronger with more dead people. It's just the more dead people that count as dead or undead in the formation and escorts. He has a buff called Lament the Lost. That's a big thing. It's not that he gets stronger; it's that his buff gets stronger for your DPS. All right, folks, I'm out of here. It is dinner time. I will see you tomorrow. Bye, buddy.